Hey guys, Scampi Gaming here. I just wanted to give... I know this video will probably be... this live stream will be posted on my channel, so this is probably gonna be my last video. I don't know, maybe I might stream in the future. I don't know, depends on if anyone's still watching or not. Yeah, so I wanted to give everybody an update as to what is going on with me and the channel. So last time I was talking about how I lost, or how I was going to lose my job, and it ended up that, yeah, I did lose my job last Friday. They called me in and they found out that I had been using my phone to talk to somebody during my working hours, and they said that, that was very unprofessional of me, and that I, that's basically a breach of contract, and they had screenshots to prove it as well. So what ended up happening was I was given two options. Either they could take it to a hearing, which, it'd be the whole school board, all the administrations, they would look at the evidence and I would be able to defend myself, or I was just gonna be fired. Or, I mean, not fired, and if that hearing ended badly, then, or not in my favor, then, I would be, then I would be fired, essentially. It'd be this huge fuss and whatnot about it and everything. That was option one. Or option two was that I could resign. And if I resigned, if I just quit, it would be on my own terms, right? They wouldn't tell anybody why I resigned. It wouldn't look like I was fired or anything like that. So that, yeah, so that's what I ended up doing, is I resigned from the job, because I knew, I knew what they were talking about. I knew the screenshots existed and that they were as bad as they said. So, screenshots of my conversations while at work. So I just chose to resign. And it was the most peaceful thing, and only, even my my supervising teacher, everybody was fine with that decision. That was really the best decision that I could have made. So I was essentially, I was forced to quit. Oh, a little side note, the screenshots that that they used as proof against me were sent to them by the parents. So the parents had specifically taken those screenshots from the chat logs that I had and sent them to the school. The parents were the ones who called the school in the first place, and basically they defamated me. They made me look bad to my employer and whatnot, and then and they sent those screenshots as proof. So it was all kind of the parents' doing of informing the school of of, you know, what was going on and whatnot. So I don't know, you know, how they found out where my workplace was, but essentially they, you know, they got me fired. So obviously, you know, you know, what I did at work, you know, wasn't the best, and it was a fireable offense. You know, I just, it was, it was, the parents had brought all of it to their attention. So I really, I don't know, I mean, yeah, for stuff like that, I mean, it was my, I kind of deserved to be fired for it and everything. As far as, I mean, I really loved that job. Honestly, I loved helping out the kids. I really thought, like, I have the patience, I have the temperament for this sort of thing, because I was patient with the kids. I was willing to help them out, and even if they were confused on it, or even if they were asking silly questions, I would never get mad at them over that, because I would never get mad at them, because I would never get mad at them, because I knew where they were coming from. Of course, everyone, most people are a little slow at something, so, and it's just, obviously, if they're in this class, then they're gonna be slow at, certain things. So I understood that, and I came at the job with a point of understanding, and being able to help out the kids was really, it was very nice. It was rewarding, I guess, because I got to, because being able to see a student like struggle with something, and then they just just seeing them get it finally, after so much after a lot of explanation, after they struggled with it for so long, it's really, it makes the whole job worth it. And then, God, especially, like, I had a student who, she was struggling with something, and it was really hard for her to keep up, and so I sat there with her, and I was patient, and I helped her out, and I tried to mimic the what she was supposed to do, and she was copying me, and on the third or fourth try of her trying it, she finally got it. And she was excited, she was happy, she finally got it, and she was able to keep up with the rest of the class on this one particular thing. And this is a student who's pretty cold to everybody and whatnot, but she said she got it, and she was really happy about it, and I told her good job and whatnot, and she said thank you. She said thank you for helping me. It was, it's, I'll never, there's so many moments like that I'll never forget from this job, because it's great. I'm glad, I'm sad that it's gone, but I'm glad I got to experience this job. And even if I don't get another education job again, at least I got to have that experience, and I got to do something that I loved. But yeah, so I don't know, having that job ripped from me, over this one thing, it kind of leaves a bad aftertaste. But It's life, you know. I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not the only one to blame for it. I mean, I know the parents are very like vindictive, you know, they're very like spiteful and whatnot, and so they're gonna do everything in their power to ruin my life. So that's this is one of those things. But yeah. So I'll bounce back from this. I'll recover from that. You know, losing a job is not the end of the world or whatever. What I did want to mention though is that you know, I am under investigation by the police right now. The chat logs that I had are very they're very you know, they're very suspicious to say the least, and I know there are a few things I said in that chat log that aren't good. So I just, with the police coming to my house and everything, you know, I have a feeling I'm definitely gonna get charges pressed against me for this. And I mean, there's a pretty big chance that I'm gonna have felony charges against me, and that is not good. You know, I'm looking at if they do charge me, if they fight me in court, which they will, I could be spending, I think the minimum, I think there's it's like, I looked it up, it's like I could be spending like 10 years in prison over this. And I can't believe it, you know. 10 years in prison because I went over there and I hugged her. I can't. I really wish this didn't happen. I really wish that, you know. And you know, it's these parents again. They're gonna come over and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna try to make sure that I'm, you know, locked behind bars for life. So, and I mean, there's nothing that can be done about it now because the police are investigating, and it's gonna be, you know, the police who press charges against me and whatnot. So it's out of the parents' hands now. So I'm most likely going to face some kind of punishment for this. I mean, if, like, best case scenario, I'm, you know, there could be no jail time, and I'm, you know, it's gonna be great. You know, I could still be put, you know, on a sex offender registry, even though I didn't do anything, you know, that would warrant being a sex offender. But you know, they could still put me on that because that's how America works. But you know, yeah, I just, I didn't, I didn't even do anything. And they can do that to me, so. I mean, it's, at this point, I'll take it. If that's my punishment for all of this, then fine. It's just, God, 10 years in jail. That's so much of my life I'm gonna lose. And I'm gonna be, you know, when they release me, what am I? I'm gonna be, you know, 37, and I'm gonna have to spend all those 10 years in, you know, solitary confinement. So it's just literally a big room by myself. And so it just, I'm scared. Honestly, I'm scared of all of that happening and of me, you know, getting a really bad punishment for all this. You know, I've learned my lesson. I've stressed out about this so much, and I've learned my lesson. If, you know, this can ruin the rest of my life, whatever, right? Sex offenders list, probation, what I mean, even like 1 year in jail, whatever, right? I'll take it if that's, you know, that's what society wants to punish me as. You know, I'm never gonna do something like this again. I'll be satisfied, just being by myself. You know, I have a good family, you know, and you know, I can find adults to talk to, you know, and whatnot. So I'll never. I definitely, and literally no matter what, I'm never doing this again. Like, even if I get off scot-free, I'm never doing this again. And even if I get jailed for, you know, a large amount of time, I'm never doing this again. Right? But, you know, I just, I don't, I'm just scared. I'm scared of, you know, losing a big portion of my life, and it's my whole future, you know. Even as a sex offender, I can. There's still jobs out there. I might be digging ditches 10 hours a day in the middle of nowhere, but at least there's jobs out there, you know. But you know, I'll live. I'll be able to make money and I'll be able to survive. It'll be a lot harder. It'll be like a million times harder, but I'll still be able to do it. But if I sit in a closed room, if I'm trapped in a prison for so many years of my life, and then, you know, 10 years later, it's like, I'm gonna be, you know, I'm gonna be broken. Like, there's no way I'm gonna leave that with my sanity. Like, 10 years, that's 120 months. I mean, that's 3,600 days. I can't. You know. and then I'm gonna come out and it's like no one's gonna remember me. Everyone that I cared about, everyone that I loved, everyone who loved me, they're not gonna remember who I am, because 10 years is such a long time. All of my friends are gonna be gone. All of my anyone, everyone's gonna have forgotten about me after that point. No one's gonna wait 10 years. Are you kidding? I mean, how much is the world gonna have changed in that amount of time? All of this all because I talked to someone on the internet. And I know it was, I know it was bad talking, and I do. I'm sorry. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I got really off track there. This has just been a lot for me. Anyway, they're still doing their investigations, so I don't think charges won't be pressed for a few more months, but they're probably still gonna like search warrant my internet and my house and everything. That's all fine and dandy. They're gonna investigate it for however long they need, and then after that, they're gonna press charges, so that might be a couple months. It could be a few months, whatever. And then actual like settling the case, or actual like court trials or whatever, court cases or whatever, probably won't be until like the end of this year or even like next year. So that sorry, I got a text. What was I talking about? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so the whole thing probably won't be until, probably won't be for, you know, probably not until the end of this year. It's when it's all gonna get settled down and whatnot. So if I do end up going, then whatever punishment it is, then I'll end up going. I'll end up going, you know, probably end of this year, beginning of next year or whatever. So yeah, I just I did say a lot of stuff at the beginning of this live stream, so to my new viewers, you know, after I'm done streaming, you can go back and see, because I was talking earlier about stuff, so you can go watch. You can go watch that afterwards, definitely. I was talking to myself, but I did say some stuff about like the state of my channel and what where things are in my life and whatnot. But yeah, no. So I talked about that, and then I wanted to spend kind of, because my whole life has changed at this point, so I wanted to I wanted to spend this part of the stream talking about like how about, you know, some of the things I missed, you know, some of the things that I really enjoyed, you know, but I took for granted in my life. I definitely miss I miss going to work every day, honestly. I miss, you know, I miss going to work, and I miss getting up in the morning and riding my skateboard in the cool morning breeze, and then you know, being on the phone while doing it. I really loved all those moments, you know. Excuse me, I'm getting a little stomach sick. I've been having these these are so bad for me. It's a Coca-Cola mixed with coffee, mixed with like a iced coffee. They're so good, but it's, you know, they're really it's so good, but they're so bad for you, you know, because soda and coffee both contribute to like cancer growth. So, but yeah, anyway, but yeah, I miss going to work every day, riding to work and getting up and doing that or whatever. Even though I didn't like getting up early and whatnot, it's one of those things I miss, and especially sorry, I'm kind of focused on the battle. I'm trying to distract myself. Yeah, I miss riding my skateboard to work every day and in like the cool misty breeze. I miss being on call and being able to talk, and you know, the other person not being able to hear me that well, but still like, and then me having to shout. everything. I loved those times. Oh, excuse me. I loved being able to say what was going on at work, you know, or what was going on, you know, afterwards, you know, complain about my day after I got home and everything, and sort of share that and whatnot. So I miss that, and then I miss alright, this should be good.
I sure wish my... You're looking for my...
And then I also miss I don't know, I miss being able to talk afterwards and play games with someone, be able to laugh and just, you know, talk about anything, you know. It's, you know, I really enjoyed that. I don't know. I really loved being able to be honest about myself. I really liked not being able to have to worry about a prison sentence. That was really nice. So I used to think about, you know, how, oh, I'm gonna save up this much money, and I'm gonna, you know, in 3 years I'll have enough to buy my own house, and I'll be able to live there and, you know, live my own life, and I'll be living simply, you know, just a relaxed life. That's what I always wanted. Just wanted to get away from everything and just live out in the world. I really thought I could do that. That was my dream, and I was going towards that, and I was, you know, after all this time, I was gonna earn that, you know. 5 years of saving up money, and yeah, I had 3 more to go, and I was gonna be there. And I loved that. I loved looking forward to the future. But, you know, of course, all
Bouillard's buzz bees. Listen, it actually buzzes. Can't wait to take a swig.
everything that's going on.
Where are there so many bees?
You know, this whole thing is gonna eat up all my money, and I'm probably gonna go into debt too, because of it. So, but, and then, you know, if I get out of this whole thing unscratched, you know, which I probably won't at this point, but if I do, then, you know, I'll just have to start over again. I'll have to find a new job. I'll probably still have to live here with my family for the next however many years. Which, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm fine with. I'm just kind of taking things in life as they come, so. I don't know. These past few days have been really hard for me. But yeah, I explained all that at the beginning of this, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream more, you know, it's really been like therapeutic for me to be streaming, so. Sorry. The past few days it's been really hard to really enjoy anything and distract myself, so you know, right now I'm actually really getting back into, or I'm actually starting to like enjoy this again, so. Oh god. I'm getting sick. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna stream anymore, though. I mean, it's a maybe, so. I don't know if that'd be a really good idea for me at this point. You know, while I'm still under investigation or whatever. I would really like to, but there is, you know, a risk about that too. I'm sorry. You know, I haven't been able to really talk since last Friday, and I kind of did just leave abruptly. So, I hope, you know, you guys as my audience, that you're gonna be okay. you know, even if I do go to prison for like a really long time, then I hope, you know, you're gonna be okay. So. You know, I hope that your guys' worries aren't as big as mine. I don't know, it's just... It seems like so long ago that I had, just normal worries. But now it's like everything's out of proportions. I miss the days where I could worry about my job and what student I'm working with, and I miss those days. I think I took everything for granted, honestly. Just, I want to go back to having those little worries and stresses instead of, you know, instead of what I'm worrying about now. But yeah, but like I said earlier in the stream, nothing's probably going to happen for at least a few months, so, but I just, you know, I cut things off a while ago, and I mean, nothing new should be popping up. So I just wish things had been different. Yeah, I'm gonna be living my life with regret. I want everyone to know that, you know,
You, of course. A great servant. Walk.
God. You know, no matter what happens to me, you know, I'm still gonna be the I'm still gonna be, you know, the same person. I'm still gonna just want to relax and play video games and just kind of I'm still just gonna want to have a nice relaxing life. Even if I do spend, you know, 10 years in prison, I'm gonna come out and I'm still gonna be the same person. So I'm just hoping that, you know, I'm just hoping that, you know, you guys don't forget me, you know. I don't know how invested in the stream you guys are, so if this is just like a casual thing or whatever, but so I know I rarely talk on here, but I do feel bad for, you know, letting you guys you know, letting you guys down, you know, not being here and whatnot, so. But yeah, I hope that in however much time I'm away, whether it's 1 year or 5 or 10 or however long, that you guys still remember me, and you know, I'll definitely, like, because I like the streaming, so you know, one day I'm gonna start streaming again on this channel, and you know, it'll be good. I'm looking forward to the day that things can be normal again. So even if I'm put on like some sex offender list, or you know, I go to prison with a felony or whatever, like I talked about earlier, it's just one day I'll be able to have a normal life again. You know, one day I'll be able to come back to my room and just be able to relax and play games again, and I'm gonna be looking forward to that time. So, and I hope you guys are too. I mean, obviously, you know, none of you are going to prison. So that's nice, but yeah, no, I mean, all of that's still undecided for me, but I'm kind of preparing for the worst case scenario here. It's the things that I'm being accused of.
Oh, that was unexpected. Never had a lid stuck like that while I was investigating.
You know, the things that I've done. You know, they slap on a really big prison sentence onto those. It could be a felony. It's, you know, 10 years in jail. You know. You know. I'm really scared. I'm scared of what'll happen. I'm scared that I won't be able to go to sleep in my bed and wrap up in my blankets anymore. That I'll just it's gonna be a prison cell, and it's gonna be lonely with the hard, you know, slabs of metal they call beds, and you know, I mean, maybe a single blanket. Be hard and cold, and
spacious chamber. It's most likely the primary tomb's antechamber. Look at those pillars. This barrow is definitely from an earlier period than the ones I've explored in Skyrim. Ooh, that large door must lead to the main burial chamber. I am, after all, quite familiar with this.
That coke is really hitting me.
It's what we... Look! Ancient artwork! Just like in the antechamber. Oh, how exciting! Oh, isn't it remarkable? Let me... Oh, indeed. Aim for the knee! Aim for the knee! Deal with any ruffians, if you would. I see more artwork to examine. Where did you... I did what? Ah, you know me. This is...
Maybe I'll start reading on stream. Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of time, but
as an expert, I assure you that that isn't what you think it is. Don't mind me. I'll just go and examine that panel. When you deliver the opening whack.
yeah, even if I stop streaming, I hope you guys don't
Another
don't forget about me.
Examine it. I think you have this well in hand, so I'll stand back and give you room to work.
Are you kidding? I was already over there.
Back to the tomb door. That puzzle lock is as good as solved.
I honestly don't know what I'm doing right now. I just was trying to distract myself, to be honest. What?
Well done. You're turning out to be one of the best assistants I've ever had. Now, press the panels in the proper sequence. Puzzle locks can be tricky. Go ahead and give it another try. Remember, each bas relief told a different part of the full story. Nothing happened. If you must guess, at least try to guess correctly. Not everyone fully grasps the intricacies of solving puzzles, but go ahead and give it another try. You did it! This way! other activity. Good work with the Dragon Priest. Now, can you just... Oh, keys! I knew it! The treasure vault awaits! That's it. I can hear the locks turning.
This guy just walked through all that fire.
I knew there was a vault in this barrow. Look at all these treasures. I'm beside myself with elation. Must be around here somewhere. Come to Narcissus Dren, you ancient beauty. This will increase my reputation 1,000-fold. Well, this has been a most exciting adventure. You did quite well, my able assistant. Oh, that was exhilarating. But it's a Dragon Priest mask, an early one no less. It will be a crowning glory in my vast collection. Besides, Narcissus Dren does not loot. He searches, he explores. A fraud? What a hurtful thing to say. And it wasn't my... Oh, all right. Perhaps my initial investigation caused a bit of a problem. But now that the Dragon Priest has been vanquished, the problem will take care of itself. All's well that ends well. Another Dragon Priest? I'll just hide in here while you deal with him. Ah, dusty. Ooh, a gold chain. Wait! What are you doing? That's it! You're definitely not getting a mention in my next book. Hello? Are you still there? A little help, please?
I'm better at reading. As a matter of... Tell Narcissus I quit. So long, Borfrey.
A problem here.
I might do streams or just record videos where I read books. I like that. You know, it feels better being able to read for an audience. That's kind of what I did at my last job. Is I I'd read to the kids or whatever. It was nice.
Isn't this place? I plan to continue.
So yeah, I might do that. I don't know if you guys really want to hear the sound of my voice or whatever, but I don't know. Books are a little more entertaining when you have someone to read them with. So I think, I mean, everything's more entertaining when you have someone to do it with. In my opinion, that's always how I wanted to live my life, but of course, you know, no one else has, so everyone wants to live their own lives or, you know, do things by themselves or whatever, so I haven't really gotten the opportunity to do stuff like that, but I guess that YouTube channel kind of fills that void, because it's like, oh, someone listened to me, right? You know, I see, oh, there's a viewer, or oh, there's, you know, 10 people who watched or whatever. And it's like cool, you know? So I'll probably end up doing that. For now. I might do that next time or whatever. Oh, to my viewers out there, I'd recommend watching anime, actually. Any anime you want, you know, it's all good. So anime is great, and especially more of the higher rated series are really good. I can't really stream anime. I don't really think that's legal, but you guys can definitely watch your own. But yeah, you guys can watch stuff in your own free time. If you go onto your computer and you go onto the site called Crunchyroll, then you can watch anime. Normally they have ads on the anime, but on the videos. But if you have ad block, you can just get right past that and stuff. Don't try to watch anything that needs like a premium membership. You know, the premium membership's pretty expensive, so it's not really worth it. Yeah, so if you guys want if you guys want anime recommendations, there's quite a few I would recommend. I believe most of these you can find on Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll pretty much has most of the anime. Doesn't have Death Parade, which I actually wanted to watch next. Let's see here. What would I recommend? I actually have a list on this one website that shows like what kind of which anime I've watched. So that's right. I was gonna add Joker in. And obviously, I update this list with like with everything that I'm watching or whatever. So definitely. So I'm looking at my profile here. So I give most of these like a really high score. Space. Whoa, they have no movies out for this and stuff? Yeah, sorry, I'm looking up like stuff. No. Apparently I can add like my favorites and whatnot. I'm sorry for my audience. This is pretty boring. Alright, here we go. The order's not. better moveset. Yeah, so you guys can just go onto Crunchyroll and just watch and just stream the anime on there if you guys have a PC or not. So I mean, it's nothing bad, obviously. So I'm trying to, cause I listed like everything I've watched in like a profile here, so I'm trying to access it. This is all stuff I would like to stream with my audience, but obviously I can't do that, and you know, I don't know if I'm, you know, what's gonna happen to me going to prison and whatnot. So okay, there's a lot here. Let's see here, what would my audience like? Oh, these are all pretty obscure. Full Metal Alchemist is a really good one. Full Metal Alchemist, so there's two different versions. The first version is kind of like gritty and darky, and like not darky, gritty and dark, and it has, you know, it has more like dark, somber tone, and there's definitely like that older animation style, like that older art style. So it might be a little harder to watch if you're just getting into anime. And plus, with the original one also has a movie attached to it. So you watch the original series first, and then you watch the movie, and then that kind of like concludes everything. That one had a nice conclusion. The other one is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That one was
Ambassador Riggert, I have those documents. Is this a good time? Ambassador Riggert, this is highly inappropriate. Wait, is that a chater cheese I smell?
My sweet, my blade, my lady love. Your pommel fits my hand like an armored glove. I promise to never let our attraction dull, even when we've crushed his skull.
Ambassador Riggert, I can't abide such behavior.
But my jade goddess, you'll understand.
Oh, Riggert, pay no attention to Lazdutha. You've won my heart with your gifts of affection.
Ulfala, this is most confusing. Rigert had no idea you had such feelings.
How could I not? After all, you completed the ancient marriage proposal. We're engaged now.
Rigert never expected. Wait, what?
Oh, they just went off to sea. Yeah, sorry. So, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is definitely going to be an easier one to digest. Personally, I like the original better, because Brotherhood is your typical like shonen anime, and it has all the right beats and whatnot. So it's a good series, and like you'll thoroughly enjoy it. So that's the one I would recommend, Brotherhood. The original, I grew up on the original, and I thought that the things that they did in the original made it more unique and made it stand out. But yeah, it's kind of darker, kind of like scarier or whatever, but yeah, definitely. Okay, so I would recommend Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That one's really good. See, what other series would I recommend? Oh, Bakano was a really good one. I really liked Bakano. That's Baccano. And obviously, you guys, if you're, you guys can come back to this point in the video and like look at it. So, okay, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Bakano, Baccano with an exclamation point. For Bakano, I would recommend the dub, actually, the English voices, because the English voices are just great. Because the whole, I'm never gonna recommend the English voices, except for with Bakano, because Bakano is definitely, it's set in 1920s America, right, during like the Great Depression and everything. So there's so the dub is definitely like, it fits, right? The English voices fits, for sure. So that's great. So yeah, here, let me here, when you guys see the whole like blue screen waiting for, and everything, this is the point where I start recommending anime. All right, so this is the point where I start recommending anime. Yeah. All right, so yeah, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Bakano, that's Baccano. The English dub for that is very good. Everything else on this list is going to be the Japanese voices for it with the subtitles. What else? I'm just looking through my list. Attack on Titan, definitely. I think I'm gonna watch Attack on Titan by myself, and obviously Attack on Titan's really good. It's really good, and every season has, says that it's really good. I think the first season was great, and that's the one I watched. Season 2 has more of like politics in it, so it's a lot of people talking. You don't have to pay too much attention, and then you can always look up, like, if you're confused on it, you can always look up, like, oh, what did they mean in, season 2, episode 3, what was going on, and then, you'll get an explanation online for that or whatever. That's totally fine. So Attack on Titan, I'm definitely going to watch the whole thing, so from the beginning till the end, because they just had their final season. So that one was good. That one will be good. I know I'm gonna recommend that. What else? I mean, it depends on what you guys like. Definitely. That's it depends on what you guys like. Oh. Toradora. And Toradora is a really nice one. Toradora. Is a really nice one. That one's more romance. So that's, the two rejects of the school meet, and they each have their own crushes, and the whole series is pretty much, they're going through this experience with their, trying to get with who they like and stuff. It's a really endearing series. I watched it when I was back in like middle school or whatever, and I really enjoyed it. So, and it has a nice ending to it too. So Toradora if you want romance, definitely. Full Metal Alchemist is a really nice story about, like, you know, these two brothers going on an adventure, right? And then Baccano is Baccano's cool because it's like in the sort of 1920s America with like steam trains and everything, and yeah, it's like there's like supernatural stuff going on and whatnot. So it's nice. It's really it's good. It's a really good anime, and the way that the pieces unfold in the anime just totally in Baccano just totally make it like it's nice. It feels nice. I don't know. It's just a good anime. You know, a lot of these shows, they're just good shows. It's like, you know, you'll sit down and you'll enjoy it. No matter what your interests are, you'll sit down and you'll enjoy it, right? And I'm trying to recommend things that would be good for, like, just more of a general audience or whatever. There's... Let's see here. There's that. Another recommendation definitely is Yahari, Yahary. The whole title is Yahari Ore no Seishun Love Comedy wa Machikatteiru. So I think it's abbreviated to God, what is this abbreviated to? Because that's a long title. I don't want to spell it out for you guys. Yeah, okay. Teen rom-com snafu. That's what it abbreviates to. Teen rom-com snafu. Or you could just look up Yahari, and you'll get the same thing. This one is more. This one's in school. They're more of like. It's about this guy, this high school guy who's really like bitter, and he doesn't like how, you know, all the other high schoolers are, you know, enjoying themselves and their life and whatnot. So he has this really bitter outlook on everything, and honestly, like, it's super cool because he doesn't get along with like anyone at the school, but he still gets involved in stuff. And so the way that he the way that he thinks about things that are going on around him, and the way that he deals with them in this really like cynical attitude, and so it's hilarious. Oh shoot, it's already 4 p.m. Pacific time, at least on my clock. God, I love this coffee. Oh, that flavor's great. Maybe I should let one of these go flat. But yeah, it's really like, it's every situation that he's in and every way that he deals with it is so satisfying. And like, you're gonna love it if you're like that same like social reject. If you're the same, you know, you're a social reject, you know, people ignore you, you don't like anybody, you know, this guy has those same thoughts or whatever. Like I was one of those rejects. I was one of those rejects back in high school, so I totally like. It's so satisfying, like watching him, you know, his thoughts and going through stuff and whatnot, and it's nice. It's a good anime. I only watched the first season. I heard that the second season wasn't that great, but you're free to watch all 3 seasons. I think at some point this year I'm going to go back and rewatch the first season, and then I'm gonna watch probably the whole thing myself. So just like Attack on Titan, I'm gonna start from the beginning and then I'm gonna rewatch the whole thing myself. So that's definitely like one that you can watch. I'm gonna write down everything in a notepad, and then I'll read it off at the end. So it'll be easier for you guys, definitely. So I recommended Yahari. Okay, I recommended. What have I recommended? Okay, I did Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, Bakano, the dub, Yahari Romcom Snafu, oh yeah. Another one I would recommend is Violet Evergarden. Violet Evergarden is it's about this girl who's like very emotionless, and she picks up a job. You know, she's been used to the war and whatnot, and she wants to understand human feelings, and so she takes up a job as a letter writer, right? People have feelings, you know, her customers have feelings that they want to communicate to other people, and so being able to write letters and sort of convey the emotions that her customers want to convey is something of a challenge for her because she doesn't understand their emotions, right? But every single episode tells a new story. And it tells the story of her customers and what they want to express and their backstories and whatnot. And you get to learn about these new people and you get to really, like, sit alongside them. But honestly, like, I cried, like, every other episode in Violet Evergarden. It's so... it's heartwarming, but some of the episodes are heartbreaking, and seeing like the people dealing with their you know, these emotions that are communicated, and it's their problems and it's their lives, but it's also this girl's life who, you know, she has to understand their emotion, and she comes and relates to them from her own angle and whatnot, and it's great. I mean, every episode, it's episodic, so, like, every episode has a new story to it, but you're definitely, like, I mean, start to finish, you're gonna enjoy it. The animation alone is just so pretty. It's just so amazing, and it's, like, you're gonna love it no matter what screen you want, you know, you want to watch it on, but like, you're gonna watch it, and you're gonna really wish, like, you watched it on, like, a giant, you know, bright flat screen TV, right? It's one of those anime that's just so pretty. Another one that's similar to that is Irozuku. Irozuku, the world in colors. I personally never watched Irozuku, but I heard that it's really great. It's about this girl who, you know, the world is all like drab and bland and not colorful, but so she's not confident in herself, and so but then, you know, she starts adding color to the world and something like that. I don't know. Again, I never watched it. I heard that it's really good, and I do want to watch it. That's one that's similar to Violet Evergarden in, like, the art aspect of it, and definitely. That's just a quick recommendation. I'm gonna recommend two movies. I'm gonna recommend two movies. Kimi no Nawa, or Your Name, and Koe no Katachi, or A Silent Voice, right? So Your Name and A Silent Voice. Two fantastic movies. Your Name, it's, I mean, even talking about it at all, there's going to be a bit of spoil. I mean, the whole premise of Your Name is, and honestly, I'm curious to see like what you guys think of these two movies, like which one would be better or whatever, right? Kimi no Nawa is, or Your Name, is about like these two people. It's a guy and a girl, and they switch bodies, right? And so the girl is living through the guy's body like a lot of the time, and then the guy lives through the girl's body a lot of the time, or whatever. It's like you compare it to like, oh, it's one of those Freaky Friday situations, right, where you swap bodies, but it's more than that. It's a really nice, like, they do a lot with it and whatnot. So that's another one where it's like pretty or whatever, like really pretty. I watched that in the theaters, like in the movie theater, and it was amazing. So the soundtrack, the visuals of it, like the art and the animation, and definitely the story too, were really good. That one is probably my second favorite anime movie of all time, because my first favorite anime movie of all time is A Silent Voice, or Koe no Katachi, and that one is really Koe no Katachi, or A Silent Voice. I'm sorry, I keep A Silent Voice is really great. It's about this kid who he bullies this girl in school because she's deaf, and he bullies her, and then he bullies her and whatnot, and because she's deaf and whatnot. And honestly, I don't want to say too much about it because this kind of spoils the story, but the first, definitely, like, for my thoughts on it, right? I'll try to keep it spoiler free. My thoughts on it: the first 20 minutes of the movie, you feel like I felt like I watched the whole movie, right? And then they transition after those first 20 minutes, and it's like, and then I look at the time, and it's like, I think like I've just watched a whole anime series at this point, right? That's what it feels like. That's how like much and how like immersed I got into this. And it was only the first 20 minutes of the show, but it felt like a lifetime. Oh my god. And so it was great. And then the rest of the movie, just, it builds upon itself, and it's so great. And you're looking through like the emotional journey of like these people, and it's awesome. I love everything about it. The whole movie is great. Every single part is just so like, it's so not satisfying, but it's so interesting, and definitely leading up until the whole movie, the whole way through, it never breaks that beat. It's always consistent. The writing, the story is just spectacular. It's an amazing film, honestly, and it tugs at your heartstrings. I cried at this movie. Like, I just, I loved this movie so much and whatnot. So I haven't rewatched it yet, but it's such a great movie. I love it so much. Yeah. So there's that. So those are the two anime movies I would definitely recommend. Your Name and A Silent Voice. Definitely. If you can find those on Crunchyroll, 100%. If you're feeling like a movie, go for it, right? Alright, so those are two movies. Back to anime. Definitely, I mean, there's so many. Most of the anime I have on my anime list is that I've watched, they're mostly action. So I'm trying to find ones that aren't just like raw action, that are more like character driven, and like, you know, like there's other things to love about it. Definitely. Oh, Psychopaths. Psychopaths is such a great freaking show. Oh my god. Psychopaths, it's about this society that Psychopaths is about the society where like no one is allowed to be like mentally unstable. So, and they have these like detectives have these guns that can shoot, that can detect like how sane, how mentally sane are you, right? Are you sane? Are you normal? Or are you going a little crazy? And so the gun won't shoot if the person is completely, you know, sane in the head, right? If they have their sanity. But it will shoot if it detects, you know, oh, the person I'm pointing towards is insane. And so it's these detectives that go, you know, they tackle different cases, and they try to find and figure out the problem as to like, why are people insane or whatever, right? Like, you know, they have to go and, you know, they have to choose to imprison them or exterminate them or whatever, right? It's a great, it's not necessarily a detective show. I mean, each episode is like piece by piece, but there is like a main villain, like the mastermind behind like everything, and his character is super cool. And then you get, but the whole story is through the eyes of like these detectives or whatever. It's like this young girl who's a detective. She's like newly graduated from police academy or whatever, and then it's yeah. So it's great. The whole world and the society is interesting and whatnot, like the whole premise of it. And then just going through it is just great. I believe with Psychopaths I know there's at least 2 seasons. There might be a third one. For Psychopaths, I only watched season 1. Season 1 was... Okay, so they came out with 2 releases, so this is kind of confusing. Psychopaths had like 24 episodes, right? And then they later came out with the Psychopaths season 1 condensed, and basically they just put like groups of episodes together. So episode 1 of the condensed version would be like 45 minutes, and it would be the content of episodes 1 and 2. And then the next episode would be like the content of 3 and 4. And they cut out all the bullshit, and they really, and I think it's kind of like a remaster of the series. So I would recommend that. Definitely the longer episodes, if you can find them. I have no idea what Crunchyroll has or whatever, so you might just be watching the regular version of it. It's totally fine. It's the same stuff. You're not missing out on anything. It's just I watched the condensed version of it, which was it was still the same amount of content, right? It was 45-minute episodes, and there's 12 of them, right? So it's just it was more packed in there or whatever. Either way, still a great show. Psychopaths definitely like one of those great anime. And the thing is about all my recommendations, even if like the idea itself doesn't seem that attractive, there's still great shows to watch. You know, you can enjoy these shows, right? And I feel like I've already mentioned it, but you can still enjoy these shows from start to finish, even if you're not into this stuff. Like normally I don't like detective stuff, but then I gave Psychopaths a chance, and then, you know, I really liked it, and then you know, other things like that. Yeah, so Psychopaths, there is a season 2, and I think there's a 3rd season as well. I never watched season 2 or 3. Season 1 had a really satisfying conclusion, so that's where I stopped. You guys can continue it if you want to. I'm not going to personally, but unless I get a recommendation to. But, you know, or if I just have nothing else to watch and I'm bored, definitely. So that's good. Let's see here. I got a lot here I can recommend. Ooh. K was a really good one. Just it's literally the letter K. So you'll have to look up like K anime or whatever, right? So definitely K is really good. This one's really pretty. It's really colorful and everything. But this one, there's a bit going on. You got this main character is like this guy with white hair, and he lost his memories. So he's trying to figure out like what's going on, what to do, and whatnot. And then there are these two factions. It's like the red faction and the blue faction, and they're kind of like fighting each other on the sidelines. And this white-haired kid gets messed up with all of that. And then there's this black-haired guy who he thinks the white-haired kid like killed somebody of his, and so he's out to get revenge, and so the white-haired kid has to avoid that. All this sort of stuff. All of this stuff is going on. It's a great show. It's very pretty. The story's satisfying. The story is kind of like, it's not like, this definitely isn't like my number one TV show, obviously. I would rewatch it again just because I like looking at it. It's very pretty. Definitely, the animation's great. I actually liked what was going on in the story, but the character dialogue and everything. So there's some husbandos in there that you can really get attached to, and whatnot. So I think, yeah, for the most part, it's a good one. K, definitely recommend it. Okay, so with K, they came first season. It's great. Not gonna lie, not my favorite, but it's certainly like satisfying, and it's great, and it has a good conclusion, I think. Then they came out with a movie, and the movie transitioned into season 2. So, and then they had a second season, and then season 2 kind of got too like shonen-y, like the problems I was complaining about with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Being too like shonen type, all those same beats, and there's the same anime structure or whatever. Same thing that happened to K season 2. It was the same. It turned into a shonen, and it basically, if you guys don't know, a shonen anime, it's just like an action anime. You think about like Naruto and One Piece and My Hero Academia. Think about those kind of anime. Definitely, it's so like that. It turned into like a shonen like that. Season 2 was okay. I heard that, some people liked it, right? It's definitely a more generic feel to it than season 1. I think with K, season 1 definitely was unique. It was unique in how it presented itself, and personally, I like that kind of style. But and then season 2 just got really like, the movie was an anime movie, right? If it's an action anime movie, you're not gonna, they're all action anime movies are the same. They set up the premise. There's a bit of conflict in the middle. Characters run around, and then there's a final confrontation. Somebody wins, and then everything is hunky dory. And then something happens because they won. The world changes, or the characters change a little bit, and then they go on with their lives, right? That's what the movie was, and that's how most anime movies are that aren't a silent voice or your name, right? So that definitely satisfying. Definitely, it's a generic anime movie. You're not gonna think it's the best thing in the world. I really liked one of the songs at the end, though. Or one of the soundtracks at the end of that. I gotta go back and listen to that. It's been years. But yeah, K, the first season is great, and I think it's really unique in its premise and visual. And then after season 1, you're going to want more. You're going to want to find out what happens next. The movie and season 2 answer those questions for you, but it's not in the same style as season 1 was. So whether you care about that or don't care about, it doesn't matter. Probably just go watch both, all of it anyway, if you like K in the first place. And and then you can have your own opinion. And then, hey, if you end up not liking season 2, you can just go back and watch season 1 again, and then just pretend that that's the canon. All right, you know, pretend that's the only one. All right, so that's good. Oh yeah, that's right. The other one I recommended was Toradora. Okay, so we got Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, Bakano the dub, Yahari Romcom Snafu, Toradora Violet Evergarden, Irozuki the color in worlds, or the world in colors, Psychopass, any version, and then K. You can just watch all of it. The next one I'm gonna recommend is Durarara. 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 Oh, there's 2 exclamation points there. Durarara. Durarara. Yeah. Durarara is great. Hey, you're gonna enjoy it no matter what, right? It's about it's more like Supernatural. You got these 3 teenagers, and they're friends with each other, but and then there's like there's a bunch of characters. There's the 3 teenagers. One of them's just like this generic guy. One of them's an outgoing guy who's like, you know, really involved in stuff. And then you got this girl who she's a little more reserved, on the dark side, you know, whatever, right? And you know, not really on the dark side, I guess. And then you got this bartender guy who's very violent, and he hates this other guy who's really like chill and loves messing with him. And then you have this motorcycle lady who doesn't have a head. And then you have like the scientist who's like in love with his sister, who's like older than him. And, you know, it's this whole cast of character. And then you got like these 3 guys who ride around in a van, like saving the day and whatnot. You got this whole cast of characters, and honestly, like the whole thing about it is the characters. Like you love them and whatnot, and they're doing stuff. This isn't like high school or whatever, right? They're actually in the city. They're doing stuff. Definitely themes of like gangs, like conflict with each other, like fighting, mystery. You're trying to figure out like what the mystery is, who are some of these people, what's going on. There's a lot of that. You're discovering different things about each of the characters. You know, there's a lot of development, there's a few twists and surprises. Durarara definitely is an enjoyable experience, and obviously I'm recommending it alongside the other ones here, so you're gonna get that same level of enjoyment as you do from everything else. So throw Durarara on the list. Let's move on. There's a lot I could recommend here. Oh yeah, Attack on Titan. We'll throw that on here just because you know, I'm gonna be watching it, and it's gonna be really good. Should I recommend Steins Gate? Steins Gate's alright. Steins Gate's alright. I think I really enjoyed Steins Gate, but I don't know if you guys will. Definitely, like, it's more on the sciencey side of it. They talk about like time travel and stuff. And so Steins Gate is basically like, it's about this mad scientist who's poor, and he like he's like, you know, he has this little like club of an apartment room that he does like science experiments in and stuff. It's, you know, totally wacky or whatever, right? No one takes him seriously, all this sort of stuff, right? His friends, like one of his friends works at like a maid cafe, and you know, she comes and visits because she, you know, she's really good friends with the guy, and the guy is totally like delusional, and he thinks like he's some secret mad scientist or whatever, and he's creating these gadgets that don't work, and then he's got this fat friend who just sits on the computer all the time, and then he meets this actual like renowned scientist girl at a seminar that he that he goes to, and he meets her, and she's like an actual scientist. She's actually smart, unlike the guy. So he discovers that one of his like science experiment devices actually works. It can actually do time travel, except it can send text messages back into the past or into the future or something like that. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically there's this huge mystery going on. The scientist girl that he met at the seminar, there's a satellite that crashes on the roof in the city. No one gets hurt, but then he finds the scientist girl. Later, he's walking down one of the hallways, and he finds her, and she's killed. She's like dead on the floor in a pool of her own blood and whatnot. And so he's thinking, oh, this is crazy or whatever, right? And I'm totally spoiling the first episode of this, but he finds her dead. And he's like, oh shit, what do I do? She's dead. He actually he didn't like her, but he's obviously someone dies and there's this mystery. And then he sees that, and then he runs away from it. He goes back to his apartment or whatever. Things happen, and then he finds her again, and she's alive. And she's looking at, and he's shocked, and she's looking at him all confused, oh, why are you looking at me like that and whatnot. And so now there's this whole sci-fi sort of mystery going on. Why did she die? What's up with how did she come back to life? What's up with who killed her? What was the satellite that crashed into the roof? What about the machine that's going back in time? What, all these mystery components, and this mad scientist who's so arrogant, he's he's a mad scientist or whatever, and now he's being hurled into all of these real problems and this real mystery that's going on, and it's awesome. It's great. And the scientist, the mad scientist himself, is just so lovable. I love the guy. He's so he's such a great character. And then and then there's this whole mystery, right? And I basically just spoiled episode 1 for you guys, but it's still a good series. Definitely a little more heavy on the sciencey stuff. So if that's hard for you guys to keep track of, you might have a harder time getting through in this anime. But nonetheless, it's a good anime. I mean, you're gonna watch it from start to finish. It's gonna be fine. So with Steins Gate, there's the first season, which is the whole thing, right? There's a movie, which is kind of like the epilogue. It's kind of the after story. And then when you look it up, there's going to be something called Steins Gate 0. And so basically, Steins Gate 0 is, so in Steins Gate, you have one ending, right? You have ending A that happens. Steins Gate 0, they have a prequel episode that's basically, oh. Oh, yeah, totally.
What, are you doing it now?
Yeah, I'll probably need it now. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I got sushi, so it's very good. Very good. I'm gonna definitely be enjoying that tonight. So basically with Steins Gate, there's the first season, which is the first season, right? You watch that no matter what. And then you'll see, and then there's a movie that comes afterwards, and then there's another movie that is also comes afterwards, and so you have ending A, and then that whole thing, right? Season 1 ends on ending A. Steins Gate 0 it's a new series. It could be season 2, whatever. I don't know. That's actually Steins Gate Zero is basically, what if in the first Steins Gate ending A didn't happen and instead ending B happened? Then, and there's a prequel episode, replacing the last episode of the first season of Steins Gate with ending B instead. And now ending B transitions into Steins Gate Zero, where things are totally different than how they ended up originally. And you have to go through a whole nother season of Steins Gate Zero in order to solve. There's new problems, and that comes up, and the characters are different, and all this sort of stuff. So that's what it is. I never actually watched Steins Gate Zero, but if you guys are going to, obviously, first season of Steins Gate, fantastic. There were parts that were kind of slow in it, but overall it was a good experience. And then you get ending A, and then there's a movie afterwards. I forget what the movie's called, like something Sayonara or whatever. I have no idea. So there's first season of Steins Gate, and with the good ending, and then the movie, and then if you still want more Steins Gate, there's an alternate ending episode, and then Steins Gate Zero. That's basically the order you watch it in. You understand that that's how it's structured, and obviously you can look it up on the internet if you're still confused, right? What is Steins Gate Zero? I don't understand. And then on Google, and then you'll have threads talking about it, so explaining it. So totally fine. Steins Gate, definitely not. It's a good anime. Obviously one that I would stream, but it's definitely not at the higher priority of my list, for sure. So, of my recommendations, obviously. So I enjoyed it, but as to whether you guys will, I mean, who knows? We'll see. It's more like sci-fi and stuff like that. So, and don't worry if you don't understand any of the words in the first episode. It doesn't matter too much, right? All of these, if you get confused at any point, you don't. It doesn't matter, right? Especially with time travel, like who freaking cares? Things just happen. So there's that. I gave the K movie an 8. Black. Okay. Another recommendation I'm gonna make is Maggie. Magi, Maggie. And so basically there's 2 seasons. I mean, Maggie's pretty straightforward. It's a shonen, right? They go on adventures, they solve problems, they discover the world, they have a goal, and all this sort of stuff. Maggie is great. It's one of my higher recommendations. So basically with Maggie, it's about this boy who wakes up, and he's been like trapped in this like temple by himself this whole time, and he's only had really one friend who's been a guardian for him. And then he comes out into the real world, and he meets this guy who's trying to make a name for himself and whatnot. And the whole series, it's great. It's about magic and sword fighting, and like there's dungeons that they enter that are just these big towers that have been erected in cities mysteriously, and anyone who enters the dungeon doesn't come back out. And so these guys have to beat the dungeons, and and there's other people in their way, and there's different characters, like at one point they meet this character who's like completely naked in the road because like he got robbed by bandits or whatever, and they become friends with him, and things like that. But it's about these main 3 characters, and they're going throughout the world and whatnot. So it's great. The world is fantastic. It's definitely a fantasy world with like magic and sword fightings and genies and stuff like that. It's awesome. Give the first of Maggie, give the first like 3 episodes a chance. And if you loved that journey, there is just so much more where that came from. If you want to know more about the world, you will. If you want to know where these characters end up, who are they going to meet, you will. Maggie is definitely just this, it's the quintessential shonen anime experience, and it's a fun time. You want fantasy and adventure, it scratches that itch, definitely. That's definitely the kind of setting, the kind of experience that I'm into, for sure. I love that fantasy setting. I love that magic, that sword fighting, getting powers, kings and queens and rulers and all this sort of stuff. It's such a great time. So basically the world is pretty huge and it's pretty involved. I mean, the writer for Maggie definitely like put a lot of thought into this, which is great. I love this level of world building, but so because of that, there's a lot of material. So with Maggie, what you're gonna see is the first 2 seasons. It's Maggie the Labyrinth of Magic and Maggie the Kingdom of Magic. Those are seasons 1 and 2. Pretty straightforward. You start episode 1 of season 1 and you work all the way through season 2, right? That's pretty straightforward. The story doesn't end there. You have to, in order to read more of the story, you have to read the manga. In order to see more of the story, you have to read the manga, and the manga is great, right? After season 2 of Maggie ends, there's a few. You'll have to look up where to continue. I don't remember the exact chapter, but there's a few. If you watch that whole thing through and you want more, you will get more when you read the manga, and the manga is fantastic, honestly. Like the next story arc after season 2 ends is like the most involved story. It's such an interesting story. It's a really great story, and it shows like the origins of the world and everything like that. So it's awesome. It's such a good story. A lot of things happen in it, and it's really tragic. It's definitely really not gory, but it's like you're gonna not like it because it doesn't have a happy ending. But the next story arc is like that. It's awesome, and then they transition to like finishing off the series and whatnot. So that's great. And then also, so you watch the first 2 seasons of Maggie, and you read the manga for the rest of the way. You'll love it. You'll love it to death. And then also with Maggie, there is a spin-off series. So the character who I mentioned earlier, that the people meet, the one who's like naked on the side of the road because his clothes got stolen, he has a whole backstory. And so his backstory is a season of anime. So there's 1 season of that. It's called The Adventures of Sinbad, because the guy's name is Sinbad, and it shows like him from a kid, him like getting his start, and him like building up, going on adventures of himself, and building up powers and whatnot. And it's honestly like you gotta watch the original Maggie in order to meet the character. But then after you're done with that, you can take a break and then go watch Adventures of Sinbad. So that's and then you watch the anime. Anime's not they only did 1 season of it. There is an entire manga of the Adventures of Sinbad where it starts from the beginning or wherever the anime leaves off, and then the manga of Adventures of Sinbad goes until it catches up with the story of the original Maggie series. So it's all of that. So basically, it's great. It's great. I never finished the original Maggie manga, but I did finish the Adventures of Sinbad. The Adventures of Sinbad, it's such a compelling story, and it gets really involved and whatnot. But it's still easy to keep track of because it's very linear. It's very straightforward. So I love it, and it's obviously the same like setting and everything. I watched Maggie, the first 2 seasons, read the next story arc in the manga, And then this was a few years ago, so at the time it had stopped. They were still updating the chapters. And then I went ahead and I watched Adventures of Sinbad, and then I read the manga all the way up until the end of Adventures of Sinbad. So I experienced all of the Adventures of Sinbad, but I never went back to the Maggie manga, the original one, and finished it. So basically, watch Maggie seasons 1 and 2, right? And obviously do a three episode start of it. See if you like it. If you want to know more about the world, if you like the characters, yada yada, if you like the setting, keep going, right? After 3 episodes. It's great. And it's totally worth it. The story only gets better. I love it. It's one of those more like underrated manga or whatever, right? You ask any like current manga or current like anime fan, hey, do you remember Maggie? They're probably not going to know what you're talking about, but because it's from, I mean, it's not that old, but it's still like in anime years, it's pretty old. I think it's like 6 or 7 years old since when it started. But yeah, Maggie, seasons 1 and 2. If you're interested in that Sinbad character or the world at that point, which honestly, like you would be, if you liked the series so far, you would be. Then go back and then go read or watch or both Adventures of Sinbad. Right, watch it then read it, or you could just read it and read the manga from start to finish. That's probably a better experience. So. Adventures of Sinbad, start to finish, and then go back to Maggie, and then keep going in the manga, right, until the end, because it's finished now. I never finished it, but it is finished now. So one day I'll go back and finish it, right? Who knows? Yeah. So Maggie, right? Seasons 1 and 2, and keep going in whatever direction you want to keep going with the manga of the original Maggie. Go ahead. If you wanna go back to Sinbad, if you really like that character and want to know about him, go ahead. Right, go that direction instead, rather than go back. So Maggie, definitely. If all that's confusing, just watch the first 2 seasons of it and then just stop. Right, it's still a good story by its own. Right, I'm not telling you, oh, go, learn the lore of it or whatever, but obviously, since, I might not be here to update, preferences, and I don't know what you guys necessarily are going to or not going to watch, then, that's what it is. As far as reading manga goes, you literally just look up on Google, like, read Maggie manga online. And you'll normally find a site. Try a couple different sites, whatever one actually has it or floats your boat or doesn't have too many advertisements, stick with that one and you're gonna have a good time, right? Probably want to bookmark whatever chapter you leave it off on, whatever. But yeah, Maggie, at least seasons 1 and 2, right? All of these anime recommendations, by the way, whenever I go into like the manga or the different series of it or whatever, don't be confused, just watch it. And if you watched it and you finished it and you enjoyed it, just know that there's more available, right? And you can literally look up like if there's more available. Oh, you finished, oh, you watched Maggie and you want more, then just look up, hey, where should I continue or whatever, right? It's all good, right? The information is always there, right? I'm just spouting off other things that I've figured out over the years. So. Definitely, I know I'm just rambling at this point, but yeah, Maggie, definitely great experience. Here's a good one. Nozaki-kun. What's the English title of this? Because it's Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Alright, so you're just gonna look up Nozaki-kun. Alright, that's definitely my next one. Nozaki-kun. That's Nozaki. Kun, right? You know, kun, Japanese, you know, whatever. Definitely Nozaki-kun. It's just downright hilarious. I love it. It is so many jokes, so many wacky situations in this one. It's hilarious. It's about this girl, and she likes this sort of like older, like this older, taller guy, and she finds out that he is, and the thing is, he's totally oblivious to like her like advances and whatnot. So, but she finds out that he's a manga artist drawing shoujo manga, you know, manga that's about like girls' romance and whatnot, right? Like, you know, the kind of manga that like girls would read. He's an artist. He's a manga artist who writes his own, you know, manga like that. So he thinks that the girl's advances are, he confuses it with, he thinks that she wants to help him draw the manga. And so she ends up being pulled into, and of course they're both in high school, so, you know, it's whatever, right? She ends up like helping him draw his manga, essentially. So she like hangs out with him, goes over to his house, but then never like reveals her true feelings or whatever. It's a romantic comedy. Hilarious. Like, a lot of the jokes, there's different characters in it, and a lot of the jokes there, that one is like a strong recommendation from me. If you want to laugh, definitely Nozaki-kun, for sure. So it was a great time, right? I've already rewatched it a couple of times, but definitely I would like to rewatch it again, just because the jokes are just, I can go to it and know I'm gonna get a laugh, essentially. So, you know, it's nice. I just like that sort of silly humor. Sometimes that's what I need in life. So, and all the episodes are totally episodic. So if you watch one, it's like Kaguya-sama, right? If you watch one and then don't watch the next one for another month, then, you know, it doesn't matter, right? But, or you could watch all 12 of them in the same night, and, you know, it wouldn't matter. But, you know, definitely Nozaki-kun for some laughs, for sure. Ooh. Another one I would recommend is Erased. Now, Erased is, I've actually watched this recently. It's on Netflix, but obviously all these recommendations are probably going to be on Crunchyroll. If they aren't on Crunchyroll and you can't find an anime website to watch them on, because there's a bunch of free ones as well, don't worry, right? It's not the end of the world if you can't watch it. Most of these are going to be available on the internet, so just on your computer browser. So definitely giving you guys recommendations. Erased is about this guy who he's been feeling guilty his whole life because a couple of his classmates were like kidnapped and murdered when he was a kid. So he's feeling bad about that. It's affecting his work, you know, all this sort of stuff. He's tried to like close himself emotionally, whatever, right? He actually gets, and he's like my age, you know, at the start of the story. He actually gets the opportunity to go back in time to his kid self before the kidnappings and murders happen. And so he gets to try his hand at preventing the stuff from going on. So now, as like this 10-year-old kid, he's tasked with trying to find out who the perpetrator is, who's getting to them, you know, how does he stop them, how does he convince like the other kids and his friends to go along with it, you know, things like that. And it's a great story, right? You know, not like anime of the year, but it's still pretty good. It's a pretty good story, and honestly, like, for the first 10 episodes, it's fantastic. It's consistent. It's consistent writing. It's just overall, it's a good story. You feel for the kids. You know, it's great. The ending is kind of. People say the ending is bad, and that's why it gets a lower score on most websites. But honestly, like, the ending was just, it was okay, right? It's not the best ending in the world, but it's not the worst ending either, so it's whatever, right? But that's sort of the opinion, that's sort of the expectation I had going into it, was I knew that people didn't like the ending to Erased or whatever, but I thought it was fine. And it didn't ruin the rest of the series to me, so it could have been better, but it wasn't. And honestly, like, at least those first 10 episodes, I'm still going to enjoy. I still enjoyed, because of how it was done. And, I liked the mystery, and I liked, the powers behind it. And I liked, the fact that this kid, this adult who turned into a kid, is trying to, like, help, save his classmates or whatever. So it's definitely got a little mystery in it. Definitely, it's definitely an enjoyable one. So I watched that one spread out over a couple days. It was pretty good. So definitely Erased is one of my recommendations. And honestly, like, I'm going through the recommendations I'm making are hand selected. I'm going through the list of anime that I've watched right now, and I'm specifically picking ones that I think you guys as my audience would enjoy. This is definitely more for a general audience, because most of the ones that I'm skipping are either the ones that are only action, or that are only or that are really, like, text heavy, like dialogue heavy, and like everything hinges on, like, you understanding this advanced story or whatever, right? I am not recommending action heavy ones, or like super, like, complicated plot lines, right? At the end of this stream, I'll probably recommend those, but not for now. So another good anime is Assassination Classroom. This one, Assassination Classroom, couple seasons, it ends, easy peasy, right? Assassination Classroom is one of those anime that it's a classroom of kids, and they get a new teacher. They're teenagers, right? They get a new teacher, and their job, it was told to them day one, their job is to kill their teacher. And so they have to try to kill their teacher. Now their teacher is this giant yellow octopus guy who has, like, master reflexes, and who, like, can't die, and who can't get hit, and everything like that. He's like a super powered, like, creature. This is who their teacher is now, and so they have to kill this teacher, and their teacher, has to teach the kids while having to dodge, like, assassination attempts. And so the whole story is great fun, or the whole show is great fun. You get to know about the kids, individually, and who they are and whatnot. You get to know about the teacher, and there's certain, like, circumstances that they go through and whatnot. They go on, like, class field trips, they go outdoors to, like, learn about stuff, they learn different subjects, new characters introduced, all this sort of stuff. So yeah, basically the kids have to kill their teacher, and it spans across 2 seasons, all in good fun. It actually, the anime's great. A lot of people recommend this one, so it's all in good fun. You'll enjoy it, right? Like, you'll enjoy it. It's definitely, I mean, there is violence, obviously, but they're all trying to kill their teacher. But if you have nothing else to do, give a couple episodes a try. see if it's your thing, right? And, you know, obviously it's not for everybody. So this is definitely one of my more controversial recommendations, just because I'm trying to avoid like some of the more action heavy anime out there. So, but yeah, Assassination Classroom definitely on that list. Ooh, another one that I recommend is, this one's more on these next couple are going to be more on the lighthearted side. The next one I recommend is Netju. So, God, I don't want to play with anybody right now. The next one I recommend is Netju. Basically, Netju is about these people who are just like shut in, like, you know, computer nerds who you know, all they do is play like online video games, right? And then they end up like meeting each other in real life, and it's like guys and girls too. They end up meeting each other in real life, and so the whole thing is just like this romantic comedy about like adults who are like trying, or who are like, do they like each other? Oh, I don't know. Are they gonna confess? I don't know. They're playing games together. What do they feel? And they're in like all these different situations. So it's definitely Netju is definitely like, it's a romantic comedy. It's about, you know, shut-ins who used to have jobs, but, you know, now they're like computer geeks or whatever, you know, playing on the internet. Yeah, and it delves, it shows more of like, about like Japanese culture, right? Like working in an office job, you get to see some of that, and like how are NEETs, how are people who just sit in their room all the time and play games, how are they portrayed, you know? And then like, how they go out at night, what kind of places are there to go out at night in Japan, you know, things like that. So you're going to pick up on a lot of these like normal things of Japanese life while watching it. So not actually, I probably wouldn't, I don't know if I'd recommend. I like the Japanese culture, and I like the online gaming culture, so that's probably, and you know, and it's a love story set in that, so that's why I liked it. But it's still, it's a nice thing, and if you just want to binge all the rom-coms, you know, definitely this one is this one is definitely more endearing, or on the endearing side, for sure. So Netju, one of my more you know, another, it's a recommendation, you know, just watch, you know, not number one, but just watch it. But I mean, you know, you can watch it eventually or whatever. Obviously I'm giving a lot of recommendations. I'm just going down the list here. Here we go. Another recommendation is Blend S. Blend S, and I mean, there's been memes on this. It's the Blend S is the one that has the song it's the anime girls, and they're like, oh, smile, sweet, sister, sadistic, surprise, service, you know, that one. And then people make parodies. It's that one. So I don't know, that was a couple of years ago that was prevalent on the internet. Basically, yeah, it's about this high school girl, and she gets a job at a cafe, and it's just about the interactions between like her coworkers and her manager, and you know, things like that, and the customers, and you know, different things. It's one of those like slice of life comedy, sort of, definitely like no real story to it, no real character development to it. It's just an enjoyable experience. You wanna turn your brain off, look at, you know, watch some girls doing stuff, I don't know, then, you know, it's it's an enjoyable. It's enjoyable. You'll probably like it more than NetJew, honestly. So I'm debating just taking NetJew off the list, honestly. So yeah. What else do I have? Oh yeah, you want another comedy? Asobi asobase. Sobi asobase. I don't know what the English. So let me see what the English title is for this one. What is the English title? Oh yeah, Workshop of Fun. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Asobi asobase. This one is just, it's another comedy. It's definitely more like to get the laughs out, right? It's just these girls and they're being goofy or whatever. That's all it is to it. They start like a game club where they just play like different games with each other. Not like video games or board games, but they just like come up with games like rock paper scissors or stuff like that. Like I don't know. They just play different games. There's a bunch of like silly reactions to it. I don't know. I'm not making it sound too great. Honestly, it's really goofy. It's really like over the top. You watch like one episode, and if you're not laughing or at least like smiling at it, then it's not the anime for you, right? It's the whole purpose of it is just to be like, it's just to be funny. So that's all it is, right? No story, no character development, no nothing about that. It's just a comedy. It's just to be funny, right? Yeah. So that's Asobi Asobose. So that one's funny. And don't worry, at the end of the stream, I'm going to be going over like all of the anime. Yeah, I have the list here. I'll be going over the anime, giving like a one sentence recap of what each one is and what the appeal of it is. Yeah. So and then yeah. And then if you guys want to write it down or refer back to the stream, I'll keep the stream video up on my channel just because I did put out a lot of information on the stream. So about like my whole situation and everything. So yeah. So Asobi Asobase is one. Another anime I would recommend is Joker Game. Joker Game is about it's about World War II, and this one again, I don't know if this is like the greatest recommendation or whatever, but Joker Game, it's episodic. New things happen each episode. It's about World War II and these these spies from the Spy Academy are trained and they're sent all over the world to like spy on like the enemy in World War II and like the different going-ons and stuff like that. So it's every episode has its own story. It's not like super captivating. I mean, it's spies and they're spying on people and whatnot, and they get into situations and whatnot. Definitely, it's not a comedy. It's not like a complete story from start to finish. It's just like things are happening each episode. So if you want like an episodic, more like I guess serious tone, or yeah, more like a show that takes itself seriously, sort of. Joker Game, it's pretty good. It's about spies and all that sort of stuff. Actually, what I would recommend if you want that sort of experience above Joker Game is Jormungand, whatever. Jormungand is pretty cool. Jormungand, it's about guns, essentially, right? If you guys don't like guns, don't watch it. But basically, Jormungand, it's another episodic one. You basically follow around an arms dealer, or you follow around this kid who used to be a child soldier, and now he's working for an arms dealer. Basically, arms dealers, they're they buy guns in bulk and then they go and sell them to different companies or different armies or whatever, and they go around the world and they basically they deal in guns, right? They go around and sell guns, and they get into firefights, and there are people who are after them and whatnot. And it's this arms dealer, this child soldier who's like hired by her, and there's a bunch of other people who are helping her out, who are helping out this arms dealer and protecting her and whatnot. It's definitely more on like the actiony side, on like the combat side of things, right? There are like gun battles and stuff. So again, if you don't like guns, do not watch this one. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who doesn't. But if you do like guns, or I mean, if you don't care, then it's definitely it's nice, right? Definitely Jormungand and Jokergane are both kind of iffy recommendations based off of what you guys want. But obviously, I enjoyed it, so there it is. I definitely keep it low on the list, though. What else? Ooh, Zombieland Saga. Now here's one that I would actually recommend. Zombieland Saga. It's Zombieland Saga is about this girl who dies, and then she gets resurrected as a zombie. And same with other girls. There are other girls who get resurrected, who die, and then they get resurrected as zombies. And so basically, this guy collected all these zombie girls, and he wants to start an idol group, right? If you guys know idol groups, think about like BTS, or that's an idol group or whatever. So if he wants to start an idol group, and with these zombie girls, and so the whole thing's just a comedy, right? It's about like idol group culture and whatnot, but it's funny because they're all zombies, right? And besides the main character girl, none of the other zombies are like conscious, right? They're just like droning around as zombies or whatever, and she gets frustrated at that, and then the manager guy doesn't seem to notice or doesn't seem to care, and is just like, oh, you can handle it or whatever, and then he just throws them into situations. Honestly, that manager character, who wants to start the idol group, he is like anime character of the century. Honestly, like he is like the funniest person. And everyone else reacts to it and whatnot. It's great. It's a bunch of fun, especially the first few episodes are. It's really funny and whatnot, just really ridiculous and whatnot. I liked it. I liked Zombieland Saga, so that was an enjoyable one. Definitely, again, not anime of the year, but definitely one of my favorites, or not one of my favorites, but definitely getting a higher score on this list. Let's see here. What's next? There's Grand Blue, Promised Neverland, Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama. You guys can go ahead and keep watching that, as long as you can watch all of these again on Crunchyroll or on some other anime website, right? I already watched the whole first season. I don't remember where I was in my rewatch, but it's all good. So, what would I recommend? Probably not Dr. Stone or Great Pretender to you guys. Probably not Robotics Notes. God's Memo Pad actually was a nice one. It's basically just like it's another one of those like, oh, I have a great one. Hyoka. I'm surprised Hyoka's not on this list. Why? Yeah, Hyoka. Yeah, I never added it to my list. I give Hyoka a 7. Alright, cool. Alright, yeah, Hyoka. Hyoka. Hyouka. Hyoka is definitely another, it's another kind of like, and I guess you can throw in, God's Memo Pad in there too. Hyoka and God's Memo Pad are both like, it's a case-by-case thing, right? It's, they're both like, they try to solve problems in the world, and so each episode is like, they have to figure out what the problem is, who's involved, they have to talk to people and all this sort of stuff, and then they go and they figure out how to fix the problem or whatever. Hyoka is definitely like, I would recommend Hyoka more, because the visuals are great. I think that they're in high school. In Hyoka, they're in high school. They have this detective club where they help out other people, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. They get involved in like certain things that go around the school, and then they have to go and help them or whatever. Hyoka is definitely. I like the characters. They're all right. It's definitely an enjoyable watch, and then you get to know about the characters. You know, they have their own ways of like solving things. Especially the main character has his own way of like solving things. So it's kind of like Yahari, where he's like being smart about it, right? And you know, in Hyoka, the main character girl, God, she has this catchphrase. You know, a problem crops up and she hears about it and she's like, oh, now I'm interested in it. Like, that's what she says, but in Japanese it's she says, kini narimasu, kini narimasu, kini narimasu. And it's so, you recognize it the first couple times that she says it, and then it's by like episode 6 it's so annoying. It's so, and she's just this ditzy girl, and the thing is, she hears about it, gets interested, and says kini narimasu, and now it's up to the main character guy in order to like go and investigate and like solve the problem or whatever. So it's frustrating in that aspect where it's like this ditzy girl's basically making this guy, you know, satisfy her curiosity or whatever in Hyoka. But other than that, it's, you know, so I don't know, like you get frustrated at that or whatever, right? At least you feel something. So there's that. But then yeah, other than that, it's a pretty good anime. The actual like scenarios they're in, the situations they're in and whatnot, what they have to fix, it's interesting, right? Kind of forgettable, but I don't remember most of the episodes. But you know, it's still an enjoyable experience. And then the same with God's Memo Pad. It's the same kind of thing, except they're not in high school. It's this girl who's like a NEET, or who's just unemployed or whatever, and she's in her room all the time, and she's really good at the computer. And there's this guy who she sends out to do like the physical work of it and everything, but they're solving problems, and they take commissions. You know, if people need a problem solved, and they go to this girl, and the girl will have this guy do it and whatnot. So it's still like solving problems it's like figuring out and solving problems every episode. The same thing as that, you know, God's Memo Pad, Hyoka, Joker Game, you know, all of these are kind of like the same sort of anime. So, you know, even Violet Evergarden was kind of like that, where it's a new thing every episode. So I guess I categorize them all the same. There's definitely a level of enjoyment though. If you want to watch an anime, if you have a free like 2 or 4 hours and you have nothing else to watch, then I can guarantee that you're not going to hate, like you're not going to dislike, you know, these anime that I'm recommending to you. They're not perfect, and they're not really memorable either. And honestly, I wouldn't remember the names if I wasn't looking through my anime list right now. But yeah, it's still good. Ooh, Devil is a Part-Timer. I don't know if you guys have seen Devil is a Part-Timer, but it's good. I liked it. Definitely would recommend Devil is a Part-Timer. If you guys have already seen it, then okay. It's just about this demon who goes to Japan, or who gets teleported to Japan, and now he and his henchmen have to like figure out how to live in Japan and whatnot. It's nice. I just rewatched it a couple of days ago, so it was good. It was okay. Enjoyable, but I figure a lot of people have already seen Devil's Part-Timer, so yeah. Okay. Another one I would recommend is actually one that. Give me a second. An anime I would recommend actually is Decadence. Why did I rank this? Decadence is nice, right? It's about this girl who like loses her arms or whatever, and it's a monsters, and she wants to like she wants to fight the monsters because her like dad died doing it or whatever. I don't know. And so she goes to this older guy to try to get him to like teach her how to like move the equipment. There's like this equipment that they have. It's kind of similar to Attack on Titan, where it's like a little jetpack, and you can control it, and you use the arm thing to like stab the monsters and stuff like that. So it's that, and there's definitely it's a lot of like it's cool because the whole thing is set on like this giant like city that's moving. If you look at imagery of Decadence, you'll know what I'm talking about. But if you want to compare it, you can compare it to like Howl's Moving Castle, or to that movie The City on Wheels or something. I don't know. It's about it's one of those ones where it's like it's a giant like it's this massive machine that's like walking around. And there's a city on top of the machine, right? And the city's full of people. And so the machine is just walking around with the people on top of it and whatever. So they're like the last bastion of human existence. I don't know. It's great. I really enjoyed Decadence. Figuring out the world, and there's a twist that happens pretty early on that I don't want to spoil. So, and you get to know the world, and then the older guy is involved, and he's like trying to solve like different mystery, not mysteries, but he's trying to figure out the system, and he's trying to like, and so you get to learn about the system and everything that's going on, and he's trying to prevent like bad things from happening to this girl and whatnot. It's great. It's got those emotional beats. It's got a lot of things going on, like, and it's one continual story from start to finish. Decadence is definitely a great show. I would actually highly recommend Decadence too. If once you're done with all the classics from the top of this list, then give Decadence a try. Definitely on par with like some of those other ones. And I do remember more of those emotional beats from that, more so than something like Joker Game or Hyoka or whatever. Yeah, so. Yeah. Plus, I really like the song in Decadence. Like, it goes like do 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 do. It's awesome. All right, another recommendation. Oh, definitely like. I don't want to recommend My Hero Academia because I don't I particularly thought it was just bland, but I know like a lot of people really enjoy it. So, God, the thing is, I think that anyone getting into anime, their first like real like long running shonen series, action series or whatever, should be One Piece. That is my 100% philosophy, is that anyone watching anime should start off with One Piece, right? My Hero Academia and Naruto and other shows like that, they're great. They're good shows. But I think that whatever your first one is, kind of like your bias, right, compared to other things, especially if you're like younger then. I knew a couple of people who started off with like Naruto, and they really liked Naruto, and then I tried to get them into One Piece, and then they're like, "Oh, it's not as good as Naruto," and I'm thinking like, no, it is better than Naruto, but you're just not seeing it because it's not your first shonen experience or whatever, like, right, like. So One Piece is definitely like, as far as shonen go, remember shonen is like the action adventure, like go on a journey, right? Like train and get more powerful, and then you can fight like bigger enemies, and you're protecting your friends and all this sort of stuff. Like that's a shonen. And so a lot of some of the shows that I put on here could be classified as shonen, right? But definitely the big ones. The big shonen are One Piece, Naruto, Bleach. Back in the day, of course, Bleach is over. My Hero Academia is the newer ones upcoming. Hunter x Hunter was a shonen, which honestly, Hunter x Hunter, fantastic, but it's definitely a little more like complicated. I guess complicated. I don't know. Okay, I'll recommend Hunter x Hunter. So if you want to get into like shonen anime, like the longer series, Hunter x Hunter is definitely a good one. See, My Hero Academia, it's like you either love it or you don't care about it, right? Because My Hero Academia it has a big cast of characters, and I feel like you guys at home on my stream would enjoy. I feel like you guys at home on the stream would enjoy My Hero Academia, because of like the characters, but there's like this point of like it's to obsession or whatever. So I don't recommend My Hero Academia. I do recommend Hunter x Hunter is great. I mean, no matter what, Hunter x Hunter is great. It is a little more complicated, and it is a little more like on the slow side, right? And the level where they power up is a lot, and they really get into like things like that. You know what? I'll recommend Naruto. Yeah, if you want like a really long running series just to eat up like your whole life, Naruto is gonna do it. I really want to recommend One Piece. I mean, okay, I'll do it. I don't know how long like I'm gonna be locked up or whatever, so One Piece is definitely my recommendation here. I really want to like stream One Piece. I really want to be able to share that with my audience here, but obviously I won't be able to. So if you exhaust all these anime, you can't find any others, and you want to start something that's like really long, One Piece is definitely the one to go to. One Piece is great because honestly, One Piece is my favorite anime That is my #1 favorite anime. One Piece is fantastic in all respects, and I love it to death, and that's never going to change. One Piece is amazing because of the adventure. You know, the main character, Luffy, he's such a lovable guy, but he's a go-getter, right? He's not one of those wimpy male protagonists who's like, you know, oh, I don't know if I can do it, and who needs a bunch of character growth and stuff. He's literally like I'm just gonna go ahead and do it, right, no matter what anybody else says. And that's like the kind of like lead character who like carries on a story. But so with One Piece, they're pirates. And not in the pirates that you're thinking, not in like Pirates of the Caribbean sort of aspect, but they're pirates in that they're on a ship and they don't listen to anybody, and they basically go from island to island. You know, a lot of pirates in this world, you know, they loot and they steal and they kill and whatnot. Not these guys, right? These guys are they're exploring, they're adventuring, right? Luffy wants to be a pirate so that he can explore the world and be free. That's what it is. And I'm just gonna totally sell One Piece right now. Like, One Piece is absolutely amazing. Every single story arc that goes on in One Piece, they go to a new island, right? And they get to know everybody on the island. They get to figure out what's the going on the island, right? You get backstory, you get to know new characters, right? And, you know, things like that. And they go and then there's a bad guy on the island, and they have to defeat the bad guy. And it's totally like, it sounds like the most simplistic thing, but honestly, One Piece is so good. It's just so good. It does it right. The characters, the storylines, each of the arcs, like the lead up to it, the build up, you know, what happens after, you know, all this sort of stuff, the world, the whole world, like all the little mysteries and whatnot that you want to know about. Everything is so well done. It's so perfectly executed. Eiichiro Oda, who is the writer of One Piece, who is the only manga writer that I know by name, is such a genius at like storytelling. It's amazing. And so I absolutely love it. One Piece, it literally, like, you'd think, like, because One Piece, it's a long journey, right? It's like there's over 1,000 chapters in the manga. It's ridiculous. And you would think, like, okay, after all that time, you know, maybe things would get, you know, worse or more stale or whatever. Nope. Every single story arc is better than the last one every single time. And it's so amazing. The stakes just go higher, and they get new power-ups and whatnot. And it's just amazing. Okay, so basically, and I'm totally gonna fanboy about One Piece. One Piece is, in the world of One Piece, there's things called devil fruits. That's their magic system is. You eat one of these devil fruits and you gain a power from it. So Luffy's power, the main character, he ate the devil fruit and he became made of rubber. And being made of rubber, you know, means that his like arms can stretch and his legs can stretch and his head can stretch, you know, all, you know, really long, and you know, he can still be slashed by a sword and cut, but he you know, if someone shoots a bullet at him, then the bullet bounces right back, right? You know, it's like a rubber band, essentially. You could think about it like that. So he and of course he uses this power, and he finds new ways to get stronger and to power up so that he can face different enemies. But like everyone in the world, or not everyone in the world, but a lot of the villains and a lot of the characters have devil fruit powers, right? There's there's like there's a guy who can make any part of his body explode, and so when he kicks you, then it explodes and then it hurts really bad. Or there's a girl who can like change her weight on whim, so she can make herself like light as a feather and like soar up into the air, and then make herself like as heavy as like a tank, and then just like crash onto the ground. There's people who can like turn their bodies into ice or into like sand or fire and or smoke, and there's people who can cause earthquakes, and there's people who can there's people who can turn into animals, right? There's a certain kind of fruit called the Zoan devil fruits, which Zoan basically means like, it's another way of saying animal in Japanese. So like Zoan fruits, you can turn into an animal, so you could turn into like a cat, or you could turn into like a leopard or a reindeer or a dinosaur. Or there's one character who is an animal who eats the human Zoan devil fruit, and this animal can like talk and like turn into the shape of a human, and it's like crazy. There's so much variety as to the powers, but every single island you go to, reveals like what kind. And people who don't eat the devil fruits even have their own powers. Like there are swordsmen who are really good with swords, or there's a guy who can kick, and like his legs are really powerful, right? And he doesn't have any like superpowers, but he's still really good. And then there's a guy who wears like Wolverine claws like on his gloves, and he can like make himself disappear, and he can like slash at people and whatnot, and he's like really fast. And then there are like mermen who are like the fish people, and they're like really powerful and whatnot. And then they're like more stronger than humans or whatever, right? And so there's this huge variety of characters and of like powers that these characters can have and whatnot. And so and for the good guys and the bad guys. And so Luffy is all about like adventuring, exploring, but then also like he wants to gather up this crew of people of nakama, who are like friends or crewmates or whatever, and he wants to travel the world with them. And the world is very like, it's not just like, travel from America to Europe or whatever, right? The world is very like it feels like you're progressing, because the world is like I know there's I know there's no one on the stream right now, but this is basically going to be like me continuing it or whatever. So the world is like, it's split up into 4 parts, and then there's like this grand line where like it's like this danger zone, and they're going to like explore that and whatnot. And the whole premise is like Luffy wants to be the pirate king, and he wants to find the treasure at the end of the grand line to become the pirate king. And it's great. It's great. And so you have that one goal in mind, but then like every single island that they go to, they face a new problem and they meet new people and whatnot. It's fantastic. So One Piece is definitely like my favorite, right? But yeah, the world is very like it feels like you're progressing, and it's just honestly it's the best thing, and you have to watch it in order to like understand what the hype is about, because it sounds very basic, right? It doesn't sound like anything spectacular, but the writing is just I love it. It's like all time, like of all time, the best story, and I just love it. The action, the characters, the story that happens, the backstories, everything, the powers, the world, right? There's all these little secrets about the world that are a mystery, and you don't, and they give you a little taste. They give you a little taste of something in like episode like 20, and they don't revisit it, and they don't like bring it up again until like episode 600, and it's so like you want to know, what's going on, and I've waited like 12 years to know what's going on, and they're still not telling me. It's ridiculous, but you know, like, it's important, and you know that it's all gonna lead up to something huge and massive, and you just can't wait. And so there's so much anticipation for like what's it gonna be, what's it gonna matter, what's it gonna, is it gonna be great, things like that. So One Piece is absolutely fantastic. I had like literally like my one anime recommendation to anybody ever, no matter like who you are or what you're interested in. One Piece is definitely all around. But again, One Piece is one of the, because it's my favorite, it is something that I want to share with somebody, being able to watch it with somebody for their first time, it would, for One Piece, would be like spectacular. Like all this other anime, I've already seen. Probably not going to rewatch any of it, or do it on my own time, whatever. But with One Piece, it's really like I want to share that experience with someone, and so I mean that's definitely what. So I mean, yeah. Too bad. Too bad I don't really have like any friends to do that with, or like a significant other to share that experience with or whatever. So, and the thing is, I'm not even caught up in One Piece. There's stuff, it hasn't ended yet. So, I've been waiting like a few years for it to end, and it's got a few more years left. So obviously, like if I find someone who hasn't watched it before, then I can share that with them, and I can share them the joys of One Piece and whatever, and we could, they can experience it with me, and then once we catch up to where I left off, then obviously I can we can both experience something new together, and I think that would make it really nice. So I haven't, as much as I want to, I haven't rewatched it yet. So or recently, I mean. So I want to be able to share that with someone. So no matter how many years I have to wait in order to do that. So that's kind of my opinion on One Piece. But yeah, I like the wanting to watch it with someone or whatever. So yeah, I just went off a bunch about One Piece. Obviously, if you guys can't wait, or if I am going to jail for like a long time, then by all means, I don't know, watch it or not. It's my, I don't know. I don't want to think about that anymore. Okay, so let's see, what else on my list? Okay. So, My Hero Academia. Under the Innocence. Oh, that one. Yeah, no, I'm not recommending that one. Sword Art Online's pretty good. There we go. Just all of it. So it's trash, but you know, if you want something that's like just actiony or whatever. In fact, if you've watched Sword Art Online, then some of this other stuff is like the good version of Sword Art Online. So the Sword Art Online seasons 1 and 2, and then you have the gun game one, and then you have Eliticization, and then you have the movie Ordnance Scale, and then you have the spin-off Gun Gale Online or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, actually there are other anime similar to that. But yeah, just all of Sword Art Online. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is pretty nice. I haven't watched Demon Slayer, but I'm probably going to, just on my own. It's on Netflix, so I'm just gonna go do that, but it's gonna be on like Crunchyroll and stuff as well. Sword Art Online. Why did I? Why are there two? Whatever. It doesn't matter. So, yeah, what anime was I thinking of? Okay, so I'm gonna recommend. So after all that, I am going to recommend more like actiony, more like action intensive. I didn't put Haikyuu on this list. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna have to enter Haikyuu in. What's the first season? Yeah, it's not on my list. I watched that like yesterday, a year ago. Yesterday. Okay, here we go. So these are okay, and then another recommendation would be Haikyuu. Haikyuu is a volleyball anime. I also don't have like Sora anime. Oh. Wait. Place for there's so many anime I have bookmarked that I just like gotta watch. Yeah, okay, my next recommendation is I just got a few more. Haikyuu. Haikyuu is a volleyball. Haikyuu is a volleyball anime, and it's about this guy who's like short, but he still wants to play volleyball or whatever, so he gets on like the boys volleyball team and whatnot. Haikyuu is a bunch of hype, and it's about like the boys doing good at volleyball and being able to like do stuff. Honestly, you don't need to know anything about volleyball or be interested in volleyball to watch it. I wasn't, and then like a few episodes I'm like, oh my god, that pass was so good. Oh, he said it really well. Oh, that spike. It's like it's, you know. But yeah, so Haikyuu is just a bunch of hype. They're coming out with like season 4. They just finished season 4 or whatever. So I haven't watched the latest season. It's pretty hyped though. It's just about volleyball. It's about like boys playing volleyball. It's fun. It's a shonen kind of good anime or whatever. Definitely like hype and training and getting better and stuff like that. So it's one of those anime. Okay, so now that I've recommended those kind of anime, I am going to recommend anime that are more action centric now. That are more like either action centric and where it's just mostly action, or it's or there's like a lot of dialogue, so it's like very heavy in the dialogue or whatever. Both of which I really enjoy. But obviously if you guys don't, then you can ignore these recommendations. So first one is Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter, or Hunter x Hunter, is really good. It's obviously the newer one. It's a shonen. It's about they're getting more powerful or whatever. They're learning how to fight. They're getting more powerful and whatnot. It's just about. It's pretty advanced because they're the whole combat system is based off of this thing called Nen, and it's basically this really advanced like way of like getting power and whatnot. But I don't know. It's pretty good. I actually like Hunter x Hunter, Hunter x Hunter. It's a good show from start to finish. But I wouldn't recommend it above, like One Piece is obviously like the best shonen, and even like as far as like raw enjoyment goes, I would even recommend like Sword Art Online over Hunter x Hunter. But Hunter x Hunter definitely is like, for me, it's a 10 out of 10 if you stick with it, like, and if you stick with it, and if you're I don't know. It's definitely not one of my this list definitely isn't in order. Nah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter. If you want a long show but you don't want to watch One Piece, you could just watch Hunter x Hunter and be totally fine. It's as long as you take the time to like understand what's going on in Hunter x Hunter. Obviously, like if they're explaining something, then pause it and try to like process it or whatever, right? If you're getting confused. I mean, I definitely had to a few times. So. Another fantastic anime is Fate Zero. Fate Zero is honestly, it's a pretty high recommend. It's definitely like top 5 for me. Anime of all time. Fate Zero is about it's about these 7 people, and they summon 7 like servants to fight for them, like characters from the past or from the future or whatever, like historical characters. And then to fight for them, and all 7 of these people with their individual servants, they go up against each other and they try to fight each other in what's called the Holy Grail War. And basically, it's these 7 people. It's a free-for-all battle royale, with like 2-man teams, and the winner, the last person alive, the last person standing, gets the Holy Grail, which is basically, I mean, if you've heard of like the Holy Grail, it's like, in real life, it's like the legendary holy artifact or whatever. But in the anime, what the Holy Grail does is it grants any wish. You have any wish that you want done, and it'll grant it. So it's these 7 people who want that kind of like ultimate power, and who summon like the 7 servants to fight for it. and it's great. It just sounds like a typical, like, you know, just battling each other anime, but it gets so in depth. You learn about all 14 of these characters, plus the extra characters too. They all have their backstories, they all have their reasons for doing it, they all have this sort of like confusion and doubt about themselves, and, you know, wanting the grail for different purposes, and, you know, they each have their own methods of like trying to, you know, knock out people so they can get it. You know, one servant is like really straightforward, and he believes in like honor in the fight and battling and stuff. And, you know, there's a couple other servants who believe in like dueling and, you know, the honor of a warrior. And then there's this one guy who's just like really underhanded tactics, and he'll snipe people from a distance or whatever, right, while they're distracted and whatnot. And so and then there are like magic users, and then there are people, you know, there's the magic users, there's the people who have guns. Obviously it's modern Japan, and all this sort of stuff, right? There's the people who are part of the church, and they have like their ulterior motives. There's like a character who's like trying to find himself. There's a character who's like trying to prove himself. You know, there's you know, it's like all of these different characters there. It's just so interesting, and seeing them like duke it out, and seeing like how the story unfolds. It's really story centric. It's amazing. Fate Zero is definitely in my top 5 anime, you know, of all time. Like, it's just, it's amazing. It's but again, very story centric, lots of dialogue, lots of like action, but like you know, the action, there's proper build up to it and everything. Getting to know all the characters and whatnot is great, and seeing them battle it and seeing the story unfold and whatnot. And the thing is, they're all 14 or 15 of the characters involved, there's an equal focus on like each of them. There's one character who gets a little more attention than everyone else, but you know, there's no real like one protagonist in this series, and you end up rooting for like a few of them. So Fate Zero is just absolutely phenomenal. Great series. It does take a lot to get into it. It does take a lot of like thinking, and, you know, trying to figure it out, or try, you know, not figure it out, but like, you know, if you get lost then during it, then it's not going to be as enjoyable, right? So it's obviously having someone there next to you explaining things to you would make it a little more enjoyable. But again, it's if you can understand what's going on by yourself, then you're going to enjoy it. With Fate Zero, the first episode is like an hour long, and it's just this long introduction of like every single character leading up to the summoning of their servants or whatever. And it is kind of a slog to get through, like the first episode is, definitely. So if you can survive 2 episodes of it, if you can finish episode 2 and like be enjoying it and wanting to know what's going to happen next, then you're in it for the long run. But if you watched episode 1 and 2 and you got completely bored, and you're like, okay, there's no way I understand any of this, then it's probably not for you, right? Or it's not for you right now. Wait until wait until later. Wait until, you know, you have more experience with anime before picking it up. Definitely. So that's Fate Zero. There's other Fate series out there, like Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, Heaven's Feel, you know, things like that. No. You start with Fate Zero. If you can't get into Fate Zero, then don't even try the other Fate anime. All right. So that's my advice. Okay. Here's another recommendation. Yakitate Japan. Now, Yakitate Japan is... Oh, whoops, I misspelled that. Yakitate Japan is a totally different from any of these other ones. It's a comedy. It's a food anime. It's about making bread or whatever, but it's all good fun. Actually, I don't recommend Yakitate Japan. Just never mind. Watch it later. Okay, so yeah, never mind on that one. Let's see here. Another one. Another like action-centric one that I'd recommend is probably not Yojo Senki. Ooh, if you don't mind gory and like, you know, a lot of killing and whatnot, then Vinland Saga is definitely a good one. But the thing is, I don't recommend Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga, it's about Vikings, and it's about this kid who loses his father, and he's like on a revenge track or whatever, and so he's fighting with this group of Vikings in order to gain revenge. I don't recommend Vinland's. Obviously, it's a lot of like gore and blood and killing. Not gory, I guess, but it's a lot of blood and killing. Right, it's Vikings and war, and you know, a lot of them died back then and whatnot. Vinland Saga, I think the anime adapts the first storyline. The first story, and it's great. It's great in itself. I loved it. But what really makes Vinland Saga amazing is the manga. 100% it's the manga. And the reason I say that is because the anime adapts the first story arc, which is the prologue to the whole series. It's 24 episodes. It's a complete storyline, and it ends, and that basically, the ending of the anime sets the main character off on this quest that, you know, shapes him for the rest of the series. But they haven't adopted the rest of the series in an anime yet. So you read the manga, and the manga is powerful. Like that, watching the anime, great, right? It was a nice action, you know, kid is really angry, sort of like, you know, going on a rampage, you know. He's really good with his daggers, and he kills a bunch of people and stuff, and then and there's other things going on in the story, obviously, to make it good, but then the ending happens, and it's like, okay, you know, that was a good anime, you know, 9 out of 10, pretty nice, right? Definitely in my top, you know, 20 anime. But then I picked up the manga because I'm like, oh, what happens next, right? Because the anime leaves off on this kind of cliffhanger, so I'm like, okay, here's the manga, what happens next, right? And the story just takes a complete 180, and the character it just makes a complete 180, and it's so like emotional, and it's so like, I guess because the main character, he goes through a lot of trauma, and the thing is that his the reason why the manga like impacts me so much or why I praise it, is because it impacted me so much. At the time when I was reading it, I was actually going through a lot of emotional turmoil and a lot of regret and a lot of, you know, this and that in my life, where I was like, you know, I feel like I traumatized myself. And so this main character in the manga goes through those same emotions as me. He goes through that same like mental turmoil as I did. And it's expressed through the art. It's expressed through his thoughts and the showing of like his thoughts and his character and whatnot and his experiences. And it related to me on such a personal level. It was written with me in mind. It was amazing. It spoke to me. And so that was really like, and honestly, like reading the manga, it really helped me like sort of figure out some of my emotions. And so that whole arc that he went through in the manga was just, you know, obviously you have to watch the anime first, right? So you know how he got there. And then the manga just, oh my god, so I can't praise that enough. But again, it's like, it's this whole like it's definitely like male centric. It's definitely like honor and well, not honor, but like a lot of action, violence, but also like duty and dignity and like, you know, concepts like pride and sorrow and regret and things like that. Not saying that women can't experience those, but you know, in general, you know, everything about like Vikings and whatnot appeals to a more male audience. So with Vinland Saga, if you like action and like, I guess, killing, but if you like revenge stories, I guess, Vinland Saga is definitely like the number one like revenge story of all time, because it goes beyond that, and it's just, especially in the manga, it goes beyond just like simple revenge, and it makes it amazing. So if you like Vikings, if you like revenge stories, and you don't mind like a lot of killing and violence, then 100% Vinland Saga. I can't recommend it enough. But again, it's not for everybody. It's definitely not for everybody. Which is okay. So you don't have to take my recommendation on that seriously. I've recommended so many other anime that are really good. Vinland Saga is more of a niche anime because it appeals to only a specific kind of person, and I think it's still great in its own merit, even if you don't like relate to the issues, even if you just want something there. But again, it is Vikings, and it's a lot of killing and whatnot, so that kind of puts it in that sort of, you know, if you don't like that, then obviously. Or something like My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer or whatever else that has action, but that's more of like, you know, character-centric story, would appeal to, you know, a more general audience, right? So many people loved Demon Slayer last year because, or 2 years ago, because it was flashy, it was nice or whatever, but, you know, it wasn't so heavy-handed on, you know, on the violence and everything. So I guess overall I don't recommend films, I guess. If you like Sword Art Online, then I have if you like Sword Art Online, then I have a couple of recommendations. For people who like Sword Art Online, I recommend Overlord, Log Horizon, and King's Avatar. So let me get into, so Vinland Saga is probably not, I'm not going to keep it on the list. So let me get into why those three. So Overlord, Log Horizon, and King's Avatar are all anime about playing an online video game. All right. So Log Horizon is probably the closest to Sword. It's the most similar to Sword Art Online, where they're all stuck in the video game, right? They go into the video game. Log Horizon is pretty much like they assume you watch Sword Art Online, so they don't explain really. They just say, oh, we're trapped in the video game now, yada yada, right? They spend like 10 seconds on it, and then, you know, it's the whole premise of the show is basically just, hey, we're stuck in this video game world. The whole point of the anime is that they're in this video game world, right? So if you liked that about Sword Art Online, you're gonna like this about Log Horizon too. So Log Horizon, they're stuck in the video game, and it's much like Sword Art Online, except Log Horizon has they're trying to go and figure out the game or whatever, right? There's obviously they're still trying to escape, but they take a little bit different of an approach to it. And Log Horizon focuses more on like I don't know if you guys are familiar with MMOs, but MMORPGs, so things like Final Fantasy 14, things like this game that I'm playing right now, World of Warcraft, you know, games like that. When you do when you play a game like this, most of the time you got to play with a group of people. You have a tank. A tank is the guy who, you know, all the enemies attack and who takes all the damage, stays alive, right? He's tanky. You have a healer who heals the tank and who heals anyone who takes damage. And then you have damage dealers, right? My character in this game is a damage dealer, right? You know, I'm not tanky, right? If the enemies attack me, I'm probably gonna die, so I have to avoid the enemies, and then I do damage. I do the most damage with my attacks compared to the other two roles. So it's called the Holy Trinity: tank, who aggroes all the monsters, who all the monsters attack essentially, right, and who can stay alive. The healer, who heals everybody, and the damage dealer, who kills all the enemies when they're distracted by the tank. That's what an MMO is, basically. It's that holy trinity of, you know, things. So with in Log Horizon, Sword Art Online didn't recognize that. Sword Art Online wasn't like a real like game based off of like real life MMOs. Because Kirito could just freaking, like, he just level up to, like, infinity, and then he could just solo everything. He could just do everything himself. And whenever he, like, did team, you know, whenever he would, like, go into a raid or, like, a boss battle or whatever with a bunch of people, it ended up being that everyone else dies, and then he just solos the whole thing, right? He just does everything himself. Completely unrealistic. You take any game, right? I can get to level, like, a million in this video game. I still can't do everything by myself, right? If I go into like a boss battle or like a raid or whatever, where I need just this giant party of people with me and everyone else dies, I'm probably going to die too. Even if I'm the highest level in the game, even if I'm the strongest person in the game, I'm still going to die, because these games aren't designed to be soloable. That's the thing. So Sword Art Online itself, from the game aspect, was very unrealistic. So that's why I got a lot of criticism, because the whole point of Sword Art Online was to make Kirito look like a badass. That's what it was. So Log Horizon is more faithful to how games actually are. It's more faithful to how MMOs actually are, right? Main character guy is a healer, right? He's like a mage healer or whatever. And he has two friends, and one of his friends is a tank, and one of his friends is an assassin, right? So she's the damage dealer. What makes the anime cool, though, is that the healer guy still gets to be cool, because he still gets to like use his superior genius mind in order to strategize properly, and you know, he just has his tank friend and his assassin friend, and they can like do anything, because he's sitting in the back, you know, being like a master strategist, you know, just coming up with all these strategies or whatever, in order to overcome things or whatever. So he tells his tank friend to do this to aggro these enemies, and then he tells his assassin friend to wait in hiding and come out at the perfect time, and then he himself, you know, does healing powers and buffs and whatnot. And obviously everything about this is explained in the anime itself. Obviously the explanation I just gave you helps you get into it. But Log Horizon is definitely, it's still, the main character healer guy is still a badass because he's super smart, right? Because he's super smart. So you know, it's great. It's loads of fun. It's totally like actiony, and you know, but it's satisfying. So Log Horizon makes more sense but is still cool version of Sword Art Online. Essentially, that's Log Horizon. Overlord is Overlord is another anime where the main character gets trapped in the video game, except he is the only main character he's the only character who gets trapped in the video game. His video game has like a guild hall, and there's programmed there's a guild hall, and he programs or what I started thinking about something else, I'm sorry. Yeah, in his video, in Overlord, in the video game, he's like the strongest player in the game or whatever, right? But all of his guildmates left him, essentially. So he ran a guild that was very successful, but they all had lives to live in the real world, and so he's the only one left in this guild. And the guild has like these AI character companions, who like do different things. So they're like programmable monsters or whatever, you know, that are friendly to him and stuff. So basically he's the only one left. And so on the last night that the game is active, because they're closing down the servers, he stays logged in. And so when the servers, you know, the minute the servers close, he expects to be logged out and he has to move on with his life, right? But it turns, you know, midnight or whatever, and he's still logged in. And because he's logged in, and he can't log out, but like no one else is logged in, and so he's just sitting in his guild hall. And then all of a sudden those AI companions that he had in, you know, no one's there, but his AI companions, you know, come to life, and they basically take on personalities of their own, but they're all like obedient to him, because they're like, you know, he's the guild master, right? He's the leader of the group or whatever. And then basically he goes outside and he finds out that, you know, they've been transported to this whole other world or whatever. So basically he's the only one, right? He's like the most powerful being in the world, but he's in this new world now, and he and his like AI companions just basically go around and figure out like what is this world, what's going on or whatever. And they and they go, and basically he like, I want to so badly say he goes and solves problems, but that's not what happens. I've been saying that too much tonight. He basically wants to assimilate into the world, essentially. He has the power to like crush everybody, but he doesn't. And so he wants to assimilate into the world and whatnot, and get like allies and whatnot. So it's great. It's like he's totally overpowered, and so, but he's still like, you still discover what this world is, and then people react to, you know, this new existence of a being or whatever, and he like disguises himself at one point, and it's great. It's the whole like fantasy magic like superpowers sort of thing, but it's basically just this big power fantasy of like he's the overlord. He's like super powerful or whatever, but he's new to this world, and so he's making his presence known, and he's, you know, essentially he's gonna rule the world. He's gonna take over the world, but he's not gonna do it with an iron fist. You know, he's not gonna just like totally like crush everybody. He does it like covertly. He like gets to know and like assimilates into the world and whatnot. So, and then he goes from there. Honestly, it's great fun. The whole series is, you know, fantasy and him being powerful and whatnot, and then, you know, that's the characters are alright. I mean, he's probably the most interesting character of it, the main guy, but it's fun, and you get to see like the different ways that the different strategies and whatnot that he and his companions use to like trick people into liking them, or like into like doing things behind their back, you know, whatever, right? I don't know. I'm not selling this premise well enough, but you basically know what happened. I spoiled like the first half of the first episode or whatever, right? He stays logged into the game or whatever. So that's another video game one, but he's like super overpowered. And honestly, with Overlord, so I've been talking about Overlord this whole time. It has 3 seasons, right? And I don't think they're coming out with a 4th one, but the story's not over. So at the end of the 3rd season, he finished, you know, the conflict is resolved or whatever of that story arc, but then it's like, okay, what happens next, right? There are actually books. There are like 13 books out, like legit, like not even manga. They're called light novels, and they're basically just books, like not like real novels with like the occasional picture here and there, and like the occasional piece of artwork. If you liked Overlord, if you stuck with it, obviously, like if you don't, you know, season 1, you watched the whole of season 1. If you don't like it, then you're not gonna like it. It only appeals to that power fantasy sort of thing, which I love. You know, whatever. It's a total like I feel like it's a guy thing, but I can't. I'm sure there are girls who like it too. If you like Overlord enough to like have watched all 3 seasons and been satisfied with it and want to keep going, the books are fantastic. I mean, this just like stellar writing. The way that the author writes is so easy to read, but you know what's going on most of the time, and it just keeps going. They go to new worlds. They go to like a dragon mountain. They go to like, you know, a castle. They go fight a humans versus demon war or whatever that spans over a couple of novels and whatnot. And it's a lot of the story is obviously in the beginning it's told through his eyes, but a lot of the story is actually told through the eyes of like a normal person, and it's this normal person seeing the main character Overlord guy being super overpowered. And I think that plays into like how it's satisfying, because you get to look at the story through a normal person's lens, and then it pans back to the main character, and not only do you get to see how overpowered they are, but you get to see how like strategically intelligent they are too, because everything just seems to work, right? The guy didn't need to, you know, summon a meteor from the sky or whatever to win the battle. He strategically made it so that things worked out in his favor, but he didn't have to do anything. But things just happen like like the pieces fall together so perfectly. It's one of those strategy ones or whatever. It's like Death Note or what was another anime that was good on here? Like Log Horizon. Like it has a similar strategic satisfaction as like Log Horizon does. In fact, I'd say it has more, and it's this long con, right? You know, it goes so far with it, and I absolutely love it. I watched all 3 seasons of Overlord, and then I'm like, I want more, so I started reading all the books, and God, it was like, I think season 3 ends on like book 4. So I read books 5 through 13. I read full freaking books. And, you know, it's like, what, 8 or 9 full novels. A fantastic experience. I would go back and read that whole series again. It's just amazing. So I absolutely loved it. And after watching the anime, you know, you read the books and you can picture, like, the characters and how they're doing and their voices and whatnot. It's great. Totally fun, but obviously you watch the first season, if you're not into that whole power, you know, they're super smart, and you know, it's so satisfying to see them be super smart. If you're not into that, you're not into that. And you're not gonna like it, because it stays that same kind of satisfying throughout the whole thing. So it is a niche interest in that sense. Yeah, you can tell how passionate I am about Overlord. So, Overlord, the books. I mean, the whole thing in general, but especially the books are just like totally great. The thing is, I finished book number 13 like 3 years ago, and they've come out with like one more book since then. It's and I don't even think it's translated into English, so it's a Japanese author, so it's ridiculous, right? I want to keep going. I want to know what happens next. I want to know how the story ends, but I'm not gonna get that. And you know, maybe I'm gonna find that. You know, maybe it'll eventually end or whatever, right? It's one of those long running series, but. Yeah, so that's Overlord. So definitely, if you like Sora Online, Log Horizon is the same. Everybody's trapped in the video game, except that not every one person is overpowered, and the main character uses his smarts to get through it. Overlord is where the main, or is where it's only the main guy who gets trapped in the world, but then he goes on this like strategically intelligent quest to conquer the world, you know, without being super overpowered, but he still has that to his advantage. And then the third one is King's Avatar. King's Avatar is very like, it's more of an esports game, right? It's still an MMO. The guy is strategic about everything, like Log Horizon, but he can pretty much, you know, still solo everything like Sora Online. He's the best character, not because he's super powerful, but because he knows so much knowledge about the game that he's playing. Because he was like the best. So in King's Avatar, this guy was the best player in the world. And he was on a professional team and everything, but now he's getting older, and he was kicked off the team, and so now he made a new character from scratch, and then he's gaining like he's gaining notoriety, but he's basically just being a badass, right? And he's conquering this game, and he's keeping up with like high level players, even though he's like a new character and whatnot. So it's totally, again, it's another power fantasy, but it's in the same sense that Sword Art Online was. Right, where if you watch Sora Online and you're rooting for Kirito and you're like, oh, Kirito's so powerful, he's so good at the game. King's Avatar is going to be the same thing, except in King's Avatar it makes sense why he's powerful. It makes sense why he's able to be such a badass or whatever. So season 1 of King's Avatar, fantastic. Season 2 is pretty much the same thing. All right, it's going to be that consistent like power fantasy sort of deal. So King's Avatar is great if you like that sort of thing, right? I loved it. I loved like the fights in it and everything, and obviously it's all in a video game. So Log Horizon, King's Avatar, Overlord, if you like Star Online. Obviously, if you don't like Star Online, or you're sick of it, or whatever, then don't take these recommendations seriously. So they're all three of them are better versions of Sora Online, essentially. So yeah, all of them have multiple seasons that I recommend all the seasons, and then Overlord has the books after. I think all three of them have the books, but Overlord is definitely the one that I'd recommend continuing if you do enjoy it. So I don't know about Log Horizon or King's Avatar. Oh, by the way, King's Avatar is in Chinese, so that's going to feel weird. Yeah, because I didn't understand any of it, but it's still English sub. I don't know if Crunchyroll would have it. You could probably find it somewhere else, but yeah. Yeah, I just went off on a really long rant about that, so God, this stream is a long time. Okay. If you like sports anime, sports being like Haikyuu with the volleyball, or what's another sports anime? I don't know. Anyway, Chihaya Furu is a pretty nice anime. So the explanation of it is going to be totally boring because It's about Chihaya Furu is, it's this game called Karuta, which is like Japanese. It's why am I explaining it's this is going to sound the most boring thing ever. There's this Japanese game called Karuta, which is basically like, there are a bunch of poems. There's like 100 classic poems or whatever in Japan. I have no idea. But basically the game is you have a bunch of cards out in front of you, and you and your verse, it's 1 versus 1. So there's another, you're kneeling down on this tatami mat, and there's another person laying down opposite of you on the tatami mat, and you have a bunch of cards in the middle. So basically there's a poem reader, and when the person reading the poem they'll read the first line of the poem, and then you as the player have to tap the card of the card that reads the next verse in that poem. So basically, okay, like let's say the poem is, I don't know, like, the stars are pretty, it's a wonderful night, right? There's your poem. So the reader is going to say the stars are pretty, and then you as the player have to tap the card in front of you that says it's a beautiful night, right? So basically, if you're good at karuta, right, you already have all these poems memorized. So basically, with my poem, the reader would be like and then you would tap the correct card, because you know that she's gonna, you hear she says the word the, and you know that she's saying the verse, the stars are pretty. And then you tap the card that's next, right? So you know it in your head. So it's a game about knowledge, but it's a game about reflexes mostly. So basically, after explaining all of that, this is the most boring thing ever. Chihaya Furu, the anime, is about this girl who has a couple friends who are into karuta, and she gets into karuta, the game, but she gets really good at it. And she wants to be better or whatever. And it's this really like endearing sports anime of playing karuta, and like her journey to being like, the karuta queen or whatever, was like the best person in the world. And it's like, it's seeing her progression in getting her skill level up and whatnot. And along the way, she starts a karuta club, and she recruits members, and there's a love triangle. I'm not a fan of the love triangle, so I kind of stopped this anime midway through. It's a great anime, and honestly, if you can take the love triangle, if you're not bothered by it, it's a fantastic anime. And it's honestly, it's so endearing, and it's so like, the characters are great. The game is great. The way that they present it, right? I'm not going to recommend a game about a fucking Japanese classic poems if it's not like spectacular. And Chihaya Furu is like one of the top rated sports anime of all time. So there's 3 seasons of it. I stopped almost at the end of season 2. But obviously, like, if I get the courage, someday I'll continue it. But honestly, karuta is like fantastic. Or not karuta, Chihaya Furu, the anime, is fantastic. And they really start you off. So, and all this stuff that I explained, right? If you're confused by it, don't worry. The anime really eases you into it, because the anime is made for a general audience. Literally, like 99% of the people who watched Chihaya Furu and enjoyed it didn't know what karuta was going into it. I didn't know what karuta was. Are you kidding me? I'm not that Japanese. I'm sure most people in Japan don't know what karuta is. But watching the anime is it's so great, and the way that they really bring you in to the world of Karuta is just amazing, and these characters and the way that they present it is it's so easy, it's so bite-sized, and you're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna have a fun time as long as you understand what they're saying, right? Which none of it's too confusing. It's gonna be great. It's such a good anime. So honestly, they could have replaced the game Karuta in this anime with Uno, right? And it still would have been like, it's still gonna be like the best sports anime ever, right? So like so it doesn't matter too much, but it's great. It's a fun time. So it's honestly, right? Chihaya and Haikyuu are probably my two favorite sports animes. I mean, those are the only ones I've watched, but they're so hype. I mean, Haikyuu is just hype, like hype central. But Chihaya is really like, it's really endearing, and it's really like, it's got those emotional beats that are just so good, man. Like there's this one soundtrack that's just like do 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 do, and it's like, and it's great. It's great. I love it. God. It's like you feel something when you're listening to this. You definitely feel something. So that's Chihaya, right? So yeah, if you want a very like endearing sports anime, Chihaya is definitely the way to go. It's great, honestly. When I say sports anime, when I say sports anime, there's a specific genre to it. So, oh God. Hilarious. Did you know polar bears are my favorite animals? It's true. I used to my childhood animal, stuffed animal, was a polar bear. Her name was New Mama Bear. And I loved her. I still have her even after all this time. Yeah, alright, so my next recommendation is gonna be on this is, again, this is all like more on the shonen side. This is more like actiony sort of stuff. So you're oh, I don't care about the lines points. I want the pup. But yeah, again, this part of the list, and obviously I'm going to go over the list again at the end of this stream. This list is, this part of the list is shonen, and more like action oriented stuff. So if you like action, then these are definitely my top picks for you, for sure. For my audience out there. Another good pick is No Game, No Life. No Game, No Life is another one where these two people, it's a guy and his sister, and they're really good at video games. They're really smart and strategic and whatnot, and they get transported to a world where people play games, you know, for a living. So people play like board games and whatnot, like rock, paper, scissors and chess and whatnot, and you know, the winners get everything and the losers don't, or whatever. So these two people, they're transported to this new world, isekai, and they get transported, and they oh, what am I doing? And now they have to work their way up into the world or whatever. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of you know, them just being like really smart and solving like these seemingly impossible challenges using their brains. So it's a great series. No Game, No Life is a lot of fun, and I recommend it. It's again, it's definitely on my top 20. No Game, No Life is definitely very enjoyable to watch. It's very pretty, right? The animation is very good. And then and yeah, it's more actiony, like smart people, you know, doing smart things or whatever, I guess. So that's No Game, No Life for you. And with No Game, No Life, it's about playing games. So there's not really violence, I'd say, necessarily. It's just that shonen-y, like, you know, they're super smart, so you know they're gonna solve all these challenges or whatever because they're super smart. So, are you kidding me? These guys are still following me around. Yeah, I can't focus on talking while I'm doing something, so I'm gonna give up on this. Just gonna be in the bridge. So yeah, No Game, No Life for another fun. And that No Game, No Life is pretty short, so I think maybe No Game, No Life would appeal to a wider audience. There is also a movie for No Game, No Life that comes after we watch it. It doesn't matter necessarily. to watch the movie or not. It's just an extra bit of fun. But it's not the end of the world if you forget about the movie, right? I'd say No Game No Life is going to be an easier thing to get into because it's only 12 episodes. It's going to be easier to get into than any of the other ones that I just said so far, because it's the shortest out of all of these. Let's see here. If you end up liking Fate Zero, you can watch the other Fate series. Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, is probably going to be your second go-to, and then Heaven's Feel is a 3-movie series, so that's going to be another good one. Oh yeah, here's a good one. Okay, so on the same track of like shonen action sort of anime, Rising of the Shield Hero. What's some sushi? Rising of the Shield Hero, definitely is definitely going to be another strong pick. Basically, Rising of the Shield Hero, it's another isekai, right? Isekai means transported to another world. So you're thinking Sora Online is an isekai, right? He's in the video game world. Overlord is, right? He gets transported. Log Horizon is, right? It's like Sora Online. No Game No Life was an isekai, right? They get transported to this world of gaming or whatever. Isekais, they can be a hit or a miss. If you literally look up like isekai on Google, then you're gonna get a bunch of memes about it. But then there's some good ones and there's a lot of bad ones. So obviously I'm recommending the good ones. And then there's a couple more that I'm not going to recommend that are still good. I don't have the names. Otherwise I would. But yeah. Rising of the Shield Hero is about it's about this guy gets isekai'd into this world, and he doesn't have any weapons, he just has a shield, so he just blocks people or whatever. So he ends up, I don't know, I don't want to spoil. It's a good series. I think if you want, like, it's a nice revenge story. He gets, okay, so the whole premise is that he's a shield hero, so he needs party members. So this girl volunteers to party with him, but she parties with him when no one else will, but she ends up taking advantage of him and then taking all of his money and like screwing him over, and now he's at like the bottom of the barrel or whatever, so he has to climb his way back up from this like disadvantage. You know, he got screwed over by this girl. He's at this huge disadvantage now in this world because the other people who got summoned with him already have like a full team of, you know. Okay, so I'll start from the beginning. There are 4 heroes who got isekai'd. They it's the spear. One guy has a spear, one guy has a bow and arrow, one guy has a sword, and one guy has a shield. The shield guy, nobody wants to party with, but he's the one who needs. Everyone else wants to party with the other 3, but he's the one who no one wants to party with him. He's the one who needs it the most because he only has a shield, right? You can't kill anything with just a shield, right? It's not an attack weapon. So he needs people to party with him the most. So no one wants to party with him. So this one girl agrees to party with him, and she says, okay, you know, I'll be your party member, but obviously I need the equipment, you know, spend some money to get me the equipment or whatever. And so he does, and they go out and they kill monsters, and he levels up and stuff, and it's all good times, right? And then what happens is she screws him over. She takes all of his stuff, takes all of her equipment, leaves him, and then she accuses him of like, you know, I don't know, touching her or something, something sexual. So so everyone hates him, and he gets kicked out of the town, and they like threaten to kill him and whatnot, and so he gets kicked out of the town. He has no money left. His party member is gone, so he's completely screwed over. Meanwhile, the other three people have a full party of party members. They're off, you know, saving the world and whatnot, and he's kind of left in he's kind of screwed, essentially. So he's at like the bottom of the barrel. He's at like 0 right now, and he has to like crawl his way back up. He has to crawl his way back up from this pit, and he works basically the entire series is him having to like get money again, find new party members, regain his status and regain like his advantage, you know, all while everybody hates him and whatnot. So it's a totally like the loner that everybody hates has to like redeem himself sort of story. And he's not like redeeming himself in the eyes of everyone else. Everyone else still hates him. He's just trying to get by. So you know, he becomes really bitter and angry about it and whatnot. So it's great. You know, I actually really enjoyed it. So I honestly think you as my audience will as well. But you know, I'll have to see. So Rising of Shield Hero. If you like isekais like Sword Art Online, definitely give Rising of a Shield Hero a chance. You'll enjoy it. I spoiled basically the entire first episode, so you'll have to sit through that. But then watch episode 2 and 3 as well. Obviously start at 1, but watch episode 2 and 3. If it's still your jam, keep watching, right? If it's not, then obviously don't. Let's see here. Another anime I would recommend is Made in the Abyss. Made in the Abyss is a great show. It's about this abyss in like the middle of the city, and there are a bunch of people who explore the abyss, right? This giant hole. There are people who explore it. The abyss has monsters, and they can get really good, like they can get like treasures and find it and whatnot. And so the whole story is about this girl. It's like 11 or 12, and she wants to explore the abyss. Basically, like her mom went into the abyss and never came out, and so she wants to go exploring and find her mom and, you know, explore it and whatnot. So she the whole anime is about that, and she finds this like robot kid who she can who like travels with her, and the whole story is like them going into the abyss essentially. It's a good series, and it's a lot more slow paced. It's only 12 episodes, but it's a lot more slow paced, but it's all about like the world and all about like being able to explore this world and whatnot. And it's brutal, and like these monsters can like kill you. So It's but it's a good one. I'd say I'd say it's pretty nice. So not the best, but and then after it there is like a movie, and then you can read the manga if you want. I mean, all of these you can read the manga if you want. Yeah. Another next recommendation is Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone is basically about like this guy who Dr. Stone is about everyone in the world gets petrified, and so this high school guy who's really good at like science gets unpetrified from the stone, right? And so that's why it's called Dr. Stone. And so he and so he like it's the whole world's like screwed, civilization's gone, right? Everyone's been frozen in stone, they've been petrified. And so he goes around and figures out how to free people and how to and then he's trying to bring civilization back through what he knows about science. So he uses his like superior knowledge of science, because he's a scientist, in order to bring civilization back, right? And so he's figuring out how to mix chemicals. He's figuring out he's showing how to make fire, how to cook food, how to make traps to catch animals, how to how to make like simple machines out of like eventually he makes like a battery, using like copper wires and stuff. He makes like blacksmithing so he can get tools and stuff. He invents glasses. He invents soda, right? Like there's a lot of this stuff. So it's a really cool like he gets it's a really cool like there's this primitive world, no technology whatsoever, nothing's working and no one's around, and he uses his knowledge of science in order to make technology. And the whole thing, like they explain like, oh, how can he use technology, how is he making this or whatever, right? And he explains like, oh, all you need to do is use like a fashion a glass bottle with a little copper wire in the middle, and then hook it up to like the ground or whatever, and then you can get a light bulb and whatnot. And there are other primitive people in the world who are like all amazed at like his technology. So it's really nice. It's really he uses his knowledge of science in order to like make these amazing things that you wouldn't think are possible in this primitive world that has no technology. So it's really cool. It's honestly like just the premise alone, and like how he does it, and each like new invention he comes up with in order to like progress towards civilization, it's pretty cool. So I honestly, I really enjoyed it. It's one of those ones where like you think it's cool. It's cool how like he can just make stuff like this, and it's cool how like he makes technology. So Dr. Stone is definitely pretty good. There's 2 seasons out right now. Second season, I believe, ends pretty well, but then there's a story afterwards in the manga. So you can watch, if you like Dr. Stone, like if you like the first 2 episodes, then you're going to like the whole thing. It's one of those that stays really consistent throughout the whole series. And then if you like the manga, then you're going to, or if you like the anime, then you're going to like the manga. If you want to know what happens next, you're going to like the manga. So, but season 1 ended on a banger, absolute banger, and then I watched season 2, or I didn't watch season 2. I read the manga up until its current volume. So that one was really fun. I really like that manga too, only because they haven't adapted it into anime yet. But yeah, Dr. Stone, really good, but definitely like shonen, definitely like it's satisfying, to see these different people or whatever. So. Or not to see these different people, to see things progressing nicely or whatever. And then, okay, so this is probably going to be my last recommendation is Great Pretender. And Great Pretender, if you haven't heard, it's just about like conmen, and they're trying to trick rich people into like giving up their money and whatnot. Great Pretender, it's all fun, right? It's a few episodes per like thing that they do, but it's honestly like you don't need to be super smart in order to keep track of everything that's happening. So it's a Great Pretender. It's pretty good. So I won't go too much into what makes Great Pretender great, but it's definitely one of the it's about conmen essentially. So here we go. I have let's move to a new environment so that I can, here we go. Here we go. So I am going to read off the list of here's the full comprehensive list of anime with a 1-sentence summary for each thing. You can watch it in the order that I say, or not, or you can skip some of them that don't sound interesting. Totally up to you. Just know that I enjoyed most of these. I enjoyed all of these, definitely. So each one has their own different appeal to them. Some of them are more memorable than others, right? It's up to you. And again, most of these are going to be on Crunchyroll or some other anime streaming website. And obviously, if you have ad blocker, then it's going to make your anime viewing experience a lot better, right? If you're watching on the computer, obviously. So here we go. Starting from the top, we have Attack on Titan. Right, you guys know what Attack on Titan is. Don't need to explain it. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is about it's two brothers go on a journey and they use alchemy in order to like try to find what's called the Philosopher's Stone. Honestly, great series. You can just jump into it. Baccano. That's Baccano. Baccano. Definitely the dub. It's a 1920s America where where there's mystery and people are trying to, they're trying to figure out like what's going on, or not what's going on, but things happen essentially. I don't know. Baccano is like Attack on Titan, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, and Baccano are all three of those are just go watch them. They are so fantastic. Baccano especially is just so fantastic. But watch the dub of Baccano. Okay. Yahari rom-com snafu. Right, this one was about the guy who hates the other kids in his high school, and he's all cynical and bitter, and he gets involved in these situations where he uses his nasty mindset. He's a loner essentially, and he uses his nasty mindset to tackle problems, and it totally like unconventional way of like solving problems. But if you're that kind of loner who hates everybody else, then you will sympathize with him, and you'll be thinking like, yeah, get him, sort of mentality. Toradora is a it's a lighthearted romance anime about these two outcasts who each have their own crushes, and they work together to try to get the other people to like them. Violet Evergarden. Violet Evergarden, about this girl, this emotionless girl who's she wants to find the meaning of I love you. And she's doing that through trying to understand people's emotions and feelings, and by going around and writing letters for people who need to express their emotions. Episodic, meaning that each episode has a new story. And I cried every episode. I cried, almost every episode. So next one is Irozuku, The World in Colors. It's about the world is bland and gray, and this girl is trying to add color to it, essentially. I don't know too much about it, but I heard it's good, and I'm definitely going to give it a watch. Psychopaths. It's this one about how you have to be normal sanity. You can't be too insane, otherwise we can shoot this gun at you that detects that you're too mentally unstable and you blow up. So, it's the detectives are trying to solve crimes, are trying to go around and solve crimes, having to do with these mentally insane people, and we even got like a overarching villain, who is very interesting. So, Psychopaths, definitely a very strong recommendation. K. It's very pretty anime about the white-haired boy who lost his memories, and there's a black-haired guy who's, hunting him, accusing him of like killing somebody, and then there's like the red and blue factions who are fighting against each other in the background. So it's honestly, it's pretty good. Honestly, K is very enjoyable, especially the first season. So, but if you want more, there's a movie and then a second season afterwards. Do la da da. Do rah rah rah. It's about 3 teenagers, and they're going around the city, and they have their own personalities, and there's other people who have personalities, like the blonde bartender who's really like angry and who always gets teased by this like really laid back guy, and there's a girl on a motorcycle without a head, and there's the scientist who likes his sister, and a great cast of characters. Honestly, like you'll enjoy it. I think it's a very enjoyable anime. Steins Gate. Steins Gate was the sci-fi that Steins Gate was the sci-fi anime about traveling in time, right? He finds out, he meets a scientist girl and she dies and she comes back to life, and he doesn't understand it, so he's using like he can kind of change the future sort of with this gadget that he has or whatever. So his character is definitely like super fun and interesting and whatnot. Maggie is the anime about magic, and the boy, magic and swords and action and demons, or not demons, genies and stuff, and he goes and the boy finds a friend, and they go into a dungeon, and they try to conquer the dungeon, and the world is massive. Why are these dungeons here? What about, who is this kid? Who is this boy who's been trapped for so long? What's the world about? How did it start? This is the one that had the Sinbad character, who had his own spin-off series. Definitely Maggie was super enjoyable. Even if you don't like shonen, even if you don't like action anime, Maggie is still super enjoyable, and I think that it goes to all audiences of all ages. Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Just a funny comedy anime about a girl who likes a guy who happens to be a manga artist, who happens to draw shoujo manga, and he's totally oblivious to her feelings, and she's not confident, so she ends up, there's a confusion, and she ends up helping him draw manga. So it's hilarious all around. Honestly, for a great laugh, Nozaki-kun is definitely the one to go to. Erased was the one where this guy's former classmates got kidnapped and killed, and so he gets the opportunity to go back in time to when he was a kid in order to find out who's going to kidnap these kids and kill them, and he tries to stop it. So very good 12-episode run anime. Assassination Classroom, right? These students get a new teacher who they are assigned to kill, so they have to try to kill the teacher in any way they can. Very good. Very focused on the characters. Each character has their own thing about them. And the teacher himself is a great character, and he has his own thing about him. So 2 seasons, and it ends on a good note. So I really like Assassination Classroom. Blend S was this girl, starts working at a cafe, and it's just a nice relaxed slice of life. Anime just about the cafe girls and the coworkers and the customers and the managers and stuff. More Blend S is an easygoing, casual, don't pay attention to the story sort of anime. Net Jew, it's a rom-com, romantic comedy about these adults who are playing online games, and they're awkward and they meet each other in real life, and there's a budding romance, but who's to say if there's a budding romance? I don't know. It's endearing. It's nice. It's definitely another one you don't need to take seriously. Definitely more of a slow-paced anime. Asobi Asobase. And good luck Googling that. Asobi Asobase it's a funny anime. It's about girls who start like a game club, games like rock, paper, scissors, and whatever else, right? Playing sticks, I guess. And it's just wacky, it's goofy, it's funny, right? The whole purpose is to be funny. There's no story or anything like that. Zombieland Saga, right? This girl dies, she becomes a zombie, right? This guy is collecting zombie girls to make an idol group out of them. So he collects the girls to make an idol group out of them, but they're all zombies, and the main girl is the only one who's awake. This series is still really funny, and it has so many funny moments, and the main character, or not the main character, the manager guy who's running the group is voiced by the same guy who in Steins Gate, and in both anime this guy is so funny. It's so, like, especially Zombieland Saga, it's like this was this voice actor's like opportunity to just be as funny as he wanted to, and it's such a great thing. But Zombieland Saga is a comedy, definitely. Jormungand, this child soldier following around an arms dealer, right, a gun salesman, and protecting her, essentially, with a group of other people who are protecting her. And so every episode, every story arc takes them to a new area where the lady is selling guns, and then they go through it, and things happen and whatnot. More serious, but definitely like episode by episode sort of story. And it's more of a serious one about guns and whatnot. So it doesn't sound interesting, but honestly, if you can take the guns and the shooting, then it's a pretty solid anime. So Joker Game is probably not as strong of a pick. It's just about spies during World War II who get sent off to different to different areas in the world to spy in, essentially. So different things happen to each of the different spies, and it's episode by episode. Not as good of a pick as Jormungand, but it's still okay. It's still a decent anime to watch. Hyoka. Hyoka was the Kininarimasu, where it's a like a club, and the girl gets interested in people's problems, and she makes the guy go solve them, and the guy solves the problems or analyzes the situation, figures things out based off, using his superior intelligence or whatever, right? So that's a main character is a genius anime. God's Memo Pad, bit of a underrated anime. Not many people have heard of God's Memo Pad. Still enjoyable. It's about this girl who's it's about this guy who gets involved in all these people's problems. And this girl who's a NEET, who's like unemployed but really good with the computers, helps people solve problems, and she sends the main character guy to go solve those problems, or to go help with them or whatever. So definitely not as solid a choice as Hyoka, but it's still all right. If you're bored, you're looking for something a little relaxed but not funny, then God's Memo Pad is definitely one. But again, it's not that memorable, so don't feel like you need to. Decadence is really good. I really enjoyed it, from start to finish. This girl, her father's killed and she loses her arms against monsters or whatever, so she wants to fight monsters, and she gets this older guy who's really good at fighting monsters to help her. So there's a lot of twists. There's literally a twist in the plot. They established the plot in episode 1. There's a twist in episode 2. It just totally, the whole plot just it's flipped upside down, and it's crazy. And then the rest of the story, the rest of the anime hinges on the girl wants to do this, and the guy, the guy's doing everything he can to protect her and stuff. So very it's actually, Decadence is definitely a highly recommended anime by me. 12 episode run, so you're not going to lose too much time by watching it. But yeah, Sword Art Online, right? If you haven't seen Sword Art Online already, it's okay, casual, and not the best, right? But I mean, whatever. If you like Sword Art Online, then like Sword Art Online, right? It's an anime. And what can I say? It's an anime, so you can watch it all. Doesn't matter. Demon Slayer, right? Demon Slayer, all that pretty art, those pretty graphics. The sweet action and whatnot, right? Demon Slayer is cool. I'll probably pick up Demon Slayer sometime soon and just binge that. So I don't know, definitely within the next year, or within the year, I guess, I'll do Demon Slayer. And then here are the choices for more so those were the general recommendations, right? I think those were very good ones for a general audience, and they were some okay ones for a general audience. So and I'll definitely, I'll give my top 5 from this list afterwards. So the next section is anime that are more shonen, that are more sports or action oriented, and that or a little more advanced on the plot. So not for everybody, but they're still great anime regardless. Haikyuu, right? Very good intro sports anime, very easy to pick up, great characters. It's so much hype every match of volleyball is so much hype, and you want them to win. You just want those boys to win. It doesn't matter, you know. You just want them to be really good and whatnot. That's definitely main character boy wants to do volleyball, and he's at a disadvantage, so he gets good, and he gets his skill, and he gets on the basketball or on the volleyball team, and you know that's sort of like, you know, coming of power, you know, like being able to, you know, working your way up, sort of anime. Chihaya Furu, also another great sports anime. That's the one with the karuta, the 100 classical poems. That doesn't sound interesting, but the anime is spectacular. I can say that definitely Chihaya Furu is going to make it in I guess the top 10 from this list for sure. So just give it a shot, give it a few episodes, and if you still hate it, you know, don't watch it, right? Hunter x Hunter. This one's a really long one, really slow burn, definitely. You're gonna have to slog through a lot of episodes. I mean, it's by episode 2, you pretty much, it starts off very low stakes, very like not, you know, no one's powerful, but eventually they gain power and they level up and whatnot. It's cool, but it's mostly about the characters, right? You get Gon, who is like the 12-year-old kid, and you get his friend Kirua, who has the white hair, who's like really chill and laid back, and you have Kurapika, who is the blonde-haired guy, who's really he's pretty cool, and then you have the tall doctor guy in the glasses and the black spiky hair. The characters are cool. The power system is cool. It's definitely the power system is really nice, and then the enemies that they face in battle are super overpowered, and they have to be smart, and they have to figure out how do we beat these challenges, and they get pretty creative with it. It's definitely one of those where they get really creative using the power system, using the magic and whatnot in order to win, you know, in order to win battles that they are just not prepared for. And in Hunter x Hunter, you know, you think in any action anime, right, you know, at least, you know, the main characters at least have some chance of winning. Hunter x Hunter, these guys have no chance of winning anything, and so for them to scrape a win from having no chance is like phenomenal. So that's the appeal of the anime, right? It's a long one though. We're talking about 140 episodes, or not? I think more than that. I think like 160 episodes. So that one, if you start it, you're in for the long ride, definitely. Next recommendation is Fate Zero. Fate Zero, the Holy Grail War, 7 people with their summon their 7 servants, right? The first episode is really long introduction, so give it like 2 or 3 episodes. If it's too dark and gritty for you, then you're not gonna like it, right? It's still pretty consistent. It stays that way, but it's definitely super interesting, and you get to learn about all 14 characters in it, and what their stories are, what their pasts are, why they want the Grail, the Holy Grail, all this sort of stuff, and how they're going to, and you don't want any of these people to lose, but obviously they are going to, and so everyone's a main character, and it's just phenomenal. So Fate Zero is definitely going to be in my top 5 for sure. Next 3 are Overlord, Log Horizon, and King's Avatar, right? We talked about Log Horizon being super similar to Sword Art Online in the fact that they're both trapped in a video. Except Log Horizon, one person isn't overpowered. It's just that the main character is super smart, and he's a really good strategist. So he can use his intelligence in order to make everybody in order to win battles that he has a disadvantage in, and in order to have his friends win battles he's at a disadvantage in. Throw in some other stuff, some very like lighthearted MMO stuff into that mix, and you got a good show with Log Horizon. Overlord, the guy is transported to this other world as his video game character by himself, but he has his little AI companions to help him, and he with his AI companions are in this new world, and they use their smarts and their overpoweredness in order to go for world domination essentially. So it's definitely power fantasy, definitely like being smart and a good super intelligent strategist fantasy. All good fun. And this is the one with the books afterwards, if you love it that much, right? A lot of people don't love it that much, so don't worry about it. And then King's Avatar, right? This one's just the guy is playing a video game, but he's super good at it. He's like the world's best player, and now he's starting a new character, and so he's just better than everyone else because he's like the best person in this video game. So King's Avatar is literally just him being super powerful. So if you liked all the moments in Sword Art Online where Kirito was a badass, then that basically it's just all those moments from Sword Art Online, they just made into an anime. That's King's Avatar. No Game No Life is another one where the main character is super smart, and he uses his smarts to win a bunch of games. He wins board games like rock, paper, scissors, and chess, and whatnot, and cards. He wins all of those against people in this world he's transported to. So that's another. The main character is super smart and is using that to his advantage in order to climb the ranks or whatever. Rising of the Shield Hero is the shield hero gets summoned to another world, and then he's screwed over, and so now he's hated by everyone. He's super bitter and like annoyed, and it's a revenge, get back at you sort of story as he climbs from the bottom up after being summoned and taken advantage of in this new world. So Dr. Stone was everyone in the world gets petrified, and the doctor, the scientist kid, comes back to life. He gets unpetrified, and he uses his superior knowledge of science and technology in order to build technology in this primitive world and try to restore civilization and unpetrify everybody. So it's great. It's another one of those, the main character is super smart, and so he uses his smarts to rebuild the world, rebuild civilization as it is, while everyone got petrified and whatnot. So super cool premise. Obviously, I don't think I'm explaining any of that right, but obviously you can look up all this stuff on all of these on the internet, and they'll give you a summary of what it is. Made in Abyss. There is a giant abyss, a giant hole in the middle of the city, and people go in it to go treasure hunting. But the deeper you go, the more dangerous the enemies are, and this girl's mother never returned, so she just goes into the abyss with her robot friend, and they just go deeper and deeper. So it's, once you watch it, the premise is amazing, and the world is amazing, the soundtrack is really cool, and I thought there's one moment in it that's super sad, so I cried, really. I cry every time I think about it too. So so that one, Main Abyss, definitely a pretty chill recommendation. 12 episodes. So and then there's Great Pretender, right? Netflix show. It's a good anime. It's about con men you know, people who trick others. So these con men are trying to trick these rich people into like giving up their money, and they get involved in a bunch of like dire straits, you know, dangerous situations or whatever. It's fantastic. It's really good. You know, the characters are great, and the situations that they go into and how they con these people, how they trick these people, are it's just really nice. So, or it's really interesting. I mean, so yeah, that's definitely a solid recommendation. And then yeah, we have obviously if you want a longer running series, but Hunter x Hunter isn't really that satisfying for you, but you still want a shonen to watch, you know, you still want a cool main character and a cast of characters you can get behind and whatnot. One Piece is definitely the number one, but you know, again, like I feel bad recommending it because I do want to share that One Piece experience with somebody, but obviously, you know, my Twitch audience isn't you know, won't be those people, and not Twitch, YouTube streaming audience probably won't be those people. So it's just I just thought it's a bummer that I don't get to share that with anyone. So it's all right. One Piece is definitely a great series that you will enjoy. And yeah, the other series is Naruto, which I feel like when people start watching Naruto, I'm reluctant to recommend Naruto as well, just because when people start with Naruto, then that becomes their favorite anime, and you know, there's no real backing out of that because it's, you know, it's their favorite. It's because it's the first one they watched or whatever, and One Piece feels like just a different version of Naruto at that point. So I'm reluctant to. One Piece and Naruto are both great, and I think they both satisfy that like long series itch. But again, I don't want to recommend them, just simply because, you know, One Piece, right? I explained that, and then Naruto, right? It kind of ruins One Piece. So I guess I won't recommend either of those. So Hunter x Hunter is a safe choice, though. Definitely can watch that for sure. And then movies, right? Your Name and A Silent Voice, right? Both phenomenal movies. I think A Silent Voice is better, but A Silent Voice is definitely a lot more involved of a story, right? You are going to come out of that feeling like you just went on a spiritual journey in A Silent Voice. It's I loved it. It's my favorite anime movie. And then Your Name is definitely more casual, right? It's still a great movie, still like really up there. You know, definitely number 2 spot for anime movies for me. And it's not like as intensive as A Silent Voice. So honestly, I would watch Your Name first and then A Silent Voice afterward, or you know, after that, but probably not in a row, obviously. Just yeah. So yeah, those are all the anime. So to just simply list them in a simple list without any extras, we have Attack on Titan, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Baccano, the dub, Yahari Rom-Com Snafu, Toradora, Violet Evergarden, Irozuku, The World in Colors, Psychopass, K, Durarara, Steins Gate, Maggie with the spin-off Adventures of Sinbad, Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, Erased, Assassination Classroom, Blend S, Net Jew, Asobi Asobase, Zombieland Saga, Jormungand, Joker Game, Hyoka, God's Memo Pad, Decadence, Sword Art Online, Demon Slayer, And then for our shonen, we got Haikyuu, Chihayafuru, Hunter x Hunter, Fate Zero, Overlord, Log Horizon, King's Avatar, No Game No Life, Rising of the Shield Hero, Dr. Stone, Made in Abyss, and Great Pretender. And then if you are really starved for an anime, either One Piece or Naruto. But I don't recommend those. And the movies are Your Name and A Silent Voice. So yeah. And then definitely my top 5 on this list. That's a hard one. Definitely be Maggie, Fate Zero, Chihayafuru, Yahari Romcom Snafu, and Nozaki-kun. Those are my top 5 for sure. So you get a little laughter in that as well. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I just spent the last 4 hours talking about anime. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream now. Again, this is probably gonna be this might be my last stream, so I might upload videos or something where I'm reading a story, just because I want to share that with the YouTube world. But yeah, other than that, these days I don't even play this game that much these days. I just I don't play this game that much these days. I normally just watch YouTube, or I watch random YouTube videos, or I watch anime on Netflix. I'm definitely going to transition to Crunchyroll. Probably get a paid subscription so that I can watch on my TV. Yeah, I'm probably just going to watch more anime. Probably read books as well. Just try to distract myself from whatever I can. And if you guys missed the beginning of the stream, definitely check it out. I talked about some of my life situation that's going on. That doesn't, or before anyone was on, so obviously. I explained some of my life situation, my thoughts on it, my fears. It is a scary situation that I'm facing right now, so it's definitely changing my entire life, and not for the better. So my main focus is to survive this, but I think nothing's gonna come of it until probably the end of this year or the beginning of next year. So again, I'm sorry to my audience who like to view my gameplay. Definitely. I definitely don't think I'm going to be streaming, but obviously that can change. And I'll leave this stream up, and I'll leave some of my other streams up on my channel, so that there's some content to watch while I'm gone. So if Obviously, if I disappear forever, then there's something left, you know, so. But yeah. Don't expect those reading videos anytime soon, but I definitely probably will do it eventually, so. And then I'll try to actually record them on my computer or something, so. Yeah, anyway, I hope that anime list was informative and helpful. I hope you guys like my recommendations. If you guys want more recommendations or you want to know what I've watched, you can always look up my profile on my anime list. On my anime list, my username is Ijo. That's IJO. So you can look that up, but probably I'd prefer you guys not to look that up anytime soon. Just work with the anime that I gave you, because I did spend effort hand selecting those anime from my list on there, because I thought you guys would like those out of everything else. So yeah, but yep, I hope you guys are doing well. Sorry that I'm leaving abruptly again. Life is really complicated. I hope you guys still remember me, and, you know, even if I'm gone for a long time, so I do miss the life that I used to have. Really do. But yeah, on that note, I will see you guys in the future, whether it's soon or in a year from now or in 10 years from now. So yeah, anyway, I wish you guys the best in whatever problems you have in your life. I'm sure you'll get through it, so, as I'll get through mine. So, no matter what happens, I appreciate that you guys tuned in. And I appreciate that you guys were such a great audience. Until next time, this has been Shrimp Scampi Gaming, signing off. Wishing you guys well for the future. Take care, everybody.